Good morning, everyone. If you would take a seat, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you for being here this morning. My name is Mike Terry. I'd like to welcome everyone here to this regular monthly meeting of the Cobb Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is an advisory board to the Board of Commissioners. We're appointed by the Board of Commissioners to examine and investigate every zoning request that comes to the county, every land use permit request that comes to the county, and then make a recommendation to them. The final and binding decisions, though, are always made by them at their regular hearing, which is in about a month after this one. That will be on December the 20th. So if you're here for any of the cases today, you'll need to come back on the 20th of December to have that case heard by the Board of Commissioners. It's always our custom to invite various members of our local clergy to come and open our meeting with an appropriate message or a prayer. And it's my pleasure at this time to introduce Reverend Yong Shin from the Emmanuel Korean Methodist Church. We're glad to have you here this morning. Please go ahead.
Let us pray. Living God, who is the grand orchestrator of the universe and the human history, thank you for allowing us to hear. Righteous God, though we have gathered with our own unique set of mindset and plans, work within us, so that we may work together to produce results that are holy and beautiful in your eyes. Please bless each and one of the leaders with discernment and wisdom, so that they do not lack leadership for further developing their communities for the good of the people. God of justice, bless our country, our states, and our counties with your justice and righteousness, so that everyone may live in fairness, freedom, and peace, regardless of class or race. God of love, for we live in the midst of constant change and development. Please help our communities to be a place of safety and security, so that we may live in peace and happiness. God Almighty, help lead all the different administrative sector of Cobb County, including political, economic, educational, cultural, and religious sector, so that they may actively live in your name. Bless today's meetings and be with our commissioner and the commissioner chair. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. I'd invite Officer Ott from the Cobb County Police Department to come forward at this time and lead us in our pledge to the flag. So please join us as you're able.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Too much paperwork here this morning. Going to be a busy day, folks. First on the agenda this morning will be our consent agenda. These are cases that the Planning Commission and the zoning staff have fully investigated, and we're satisfied that all the pertinent issues have been resolved and for which there is no known opposition. The zoning administrator, Mr. John Peterson, this is John raising his hand right here, will read these cases into the record for us, and he will ask if there's anyone present that is in opposition or wishes to speak to those particular cases. If there is, we may elect to pull this case from the consent agenda, and we would then hear it in its regular numerical sequence. Next, we will hear all the held or continued cases from previous hearings. And lastly, we will hear our regular cases again in their regular numerical sequence. Applicants will be asked to identify themselves and to come forward, be sworn in as is needed to present their case. Then the opposition likewise will be asked to identify themselves and be sworn in for the record. When a case number is called by Mr. Peterson, if you do wish to address the board, come forward and be sworn in by our officer of the day. Jason, raise your hand on the front row there. Present yourself to Mr. Jason Campbell. He'll take care of that for you. If you do elect to speak, be sure you sign the book that he has. That's to allow us to get the proper spelling of your name. Be aware that each side addressing the board, and this is very important, is allowed 10 minutes to speak. That's not 10 minutes per person, but 10 minutes per side. So be mindful of that and mindful of the length of your comments. Remember, as you speak, that's not the time for rebuttal, although we may call you back up to clarify a point or to ask you some questions. Mr. Peterson, what other instructions do you have for us today?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For informational purposes, Georgia law states opponents of zoning matters who, within the last 2 years immediately prior, have made campaign contributions totaling $250 or more to a local government official who will consider a zoning matter shall file a disclosure with the local government. Applicants complete the same disclosure as part of the application package. More information about this is available at the back of the room on the table. Mr. Chairman, Board, there is one case on today's agenda which has submitted a letter to withdraw. It's a rezoning case Z104, Engineering Design Technologies. They did submit a letter to withdraw their case, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, John. I believe, Skip, this is yours, and Skip had a little statement he wanted to read into the record on that one.
Pushing the wrong button. I just wanted to read this in, that last week the applicants submitted documentation regarding their application that resulted in the county granting an exemption from the county's rezoning requirements, because this is going to be a Veterans Administration clinic. Since this determination was made within 7 days of our hearing today, and consistent with the desires of the applicant, I'd like to make a motion that this application be withdrawn without prejudice.
Okay, withdrawn without prejudice. Can we get a second? Any further discussion, comments? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. I'll register your vote, please. Okay, so that Z104 will not be heard. It's been withdrawn without prejudice, as Skip indicated. What else, John?
Yes, sir. The following cases on today's printed agenda as continued, and they will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z18, Open Land Enterprises Incorporated. That case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z18 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z93, Kaplan Morgan Vinings Development LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z93 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z101, Providence Homes LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z101 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z112, Duncan Land Investments LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z112 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z114, Capkey Real Estate Advisors. That case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z114 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z115, Brooks Chadwick Capital LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z115 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z119, Mayweather Enterprise. That case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z119 will not be heard today. LUP 29, Soberman Living, or SM Living LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LUP 29 will not be heard today. LUP 30, SM Living LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LUP 30 will not be heard today. LUP 31, SM Living LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LUP 31 will not be heard today. LEP 32, SM Living LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so LEP 32 would not be heard today. LEP 33, SM Living LLC. That case was continued by the staff to the February 7th, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so LEP 33 would not be heard today. Mr. Chairman, Board, there is one case on today's printed agenda which has asked for a continuance, and the applicant is here today. It's a rezoning case Z117 Hicks Business Enterprises LLC. They asked to be continued until the February zoning cycle, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Okay, those cases will not be heard. Let me explain something very quickly. The reason these have been postponed until February is that we do not have regular zoning hearings in the next month, in January. So we put that off, and we'll hear those cases in February. Gaunt, you want to make a comment on 117?
Yeah, 117, the applicants requested a continuance so that they can work on a revised site plan and some revised elevations and things. So I would support that and make a motion that we continue Z117 until our February hearing.
Okay, so we have a motion to add Z117 to the continued list. Get a second from Christie. Let's go ahead and vote on that. All in favor of that one?
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on it. The ringing does interfere with the broadcast and presentation, so if you have a cell phone, please put it on silent mode. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for December 6, 2016. Rezoning case Z105, prime collision repair. Request rezoning from GC to CRC for the purpose of an automotive paint and body repair shop in land lot 132 of the 16th district. The property is located off a private easement on the west side of Canton Road, north of Dover Street. Staff recommends approval to the CRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on October 6, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Adam Rosen dated November 2nd, 2016, and December 1st, 2016. All variances listed in the zoning analysis. Applicant to install a 20-foot landscape buffer along the southern property line. No outdoor storage or outdoor display of merchandise. Fire department comments and recommendations. Water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Stormwater management comments and recommendations. Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And the owner developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z105? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z106, IUEC Local 32 Building Corporation. Request rezoning from GEC to O&I for the purpose of a union hall and associated offices in land lot 517 of the 18th district. The property is located on the north side of Blair Bridge Road, east of Bridgeport Court. Staff recommends deletion to the LRO zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on November 23rd, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter of agreeable stipulations from Mr. Adam Rosen dated November 23rd, 2016. District commissioner to approve the final building color. Parking lot to be repaired where needed and striped to county standards. Union hall and offices associated with Union Hall only. No outdoor storage or outdoor display. Water and sewer comments and recommendations. Stormwater management comments and recommendations. And Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z106? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z107, Discount Tire Company Incorporated. Request rezoning from NS to CRC for the purpose of retail and light automotive repair in land lot 899 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Roswell Road, west of East Cobb Drive. Staff recommends approval to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Revised site plan received in the zoning division on October 25th, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter from Kelly J. Wagner dated December 1st, 2016, which includes the landscape plan and the building architectural plans. District commissioner to approve the final building architecture and landscaping. No outdoor display of merchandise. Fire department comments and recommendations. Water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z107? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z108, Russell Landscape LLC, request rezoning from R20 and GC to NRC for the purpose of a professional office in land lot 44, the 18th district. The property is located on the southwest intersection of Veterans Memorial Highway and Cooks Road. Staff recommends approval to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on October 6, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter of agreeable stipulations from Mr. Rob Hosack dated November 28, 2016. This use and user only, any other use or user to be approved by the Board of Commissioners. Variances or variance as mentioned in the zoning comments section. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And the owner developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z108? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z109, Milo Investments LLC, request rezoning from GC to NRC for the purpose of an office and land lot 154, the 17th district. The property is located on the southeast side of Austell Road, south of Sandtown Road. Staff recommends deletion to the LRO zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Property to be brought up to commercial standards, including parking and striped paving. Revised site plan received by the zoning division on November 1st, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Chain link and hog wire fences to be replaced with wooden privacy fencing. Applicant to install a 10-foot landscape buffer along the south and east property lines. No outdoor storage or outdoor display of merchandise. House to be repainted and repaired with district commissioner approving the final paint color. Waive required lot size from 20,000 square feet to 9,348 square feet. Waive the front setback for an existing structure from 50 feet to 19 feet as shown on the site plan. Waive the side setback for the existing structure from 15 feet to 11 feet as shown on the site plan. Applicant to install an 8-foot landscape enhancement strip adjacent to the right-of-way. County arborist to approve the landscape plan. Prohibited uses to include designated recycling location. Fire department comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z109? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z110, Timothy W. Grubaugh, request a rezoning from R80 to R40 for the purpose of single-family residential in land lot 1002 of the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of Timberland Drive, south of Hallmark Drive. Staff recommends approval to the R40 zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Granting necessary variances for improvements existing on, as shown on the survey received by the zoning division on October 6, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Proposed garage to be architecturally compatible with the existing home. Fire department comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z110. Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into temporary land use permits on the consent agenda. LUP 35, Jessica Moore, requests a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a daycare in land lot 411 of the 18th district. The property is located on the west side of Shenandoah Trail, south of Landmark Trail. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to maximum of 9 children, 1 additional employee, and no signs. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 35? Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 35? Mr. Chairman, she's not here. We'll give her a call, and we'll put that on hold for right now. LUP 37, Carla L. Owens requests a land use permit for the purpose of operating an online craft business from home in land lot 15 of the 20th District. Property is located on the southeast corner of Soft Pine Lane and Herds Forest Drive. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions: no employees, no signs, no deliveries or pickups, fire department comments and recommendations, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, and Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 37? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into special land use permits on the consent agenda. SLUP 16, Municipal Communications LLC, request a special land use permit for the purpose of a wireless telecommunications facility and related antenna and equipment in land lots 365 and 428 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Chastain Road, west of Chastain Meadows Parkway. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr. dated November 22nd, 2016. Final site plan and landscape plan to be approved by the District Commissioner with construction, location, and screening of compound site. Provide the exact representation of the proposed monopine structure for approval by the District Commissioner. All feed lines shall be within the structure and not visible and sealed to prevent access by birds and other wildlife. Provide certified structure design. Provide satisfactory SHPO and NEPA documentation. Provide FAA study. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 16? Let the record show there's no one opposed. SLUP 17, Taylor Thus Holdings Incorporated request a special land use permit for the purpose of a climate-controlled self-storage facility in land lots 753 and 760 of the 17th District. The property is located on the northeast intersection of South Cobb Drive and I-285, south of Tiburon Parkway. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on November 22nd, 2016, with the District Commissioner approve minor modifications. Letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. John Moore dated November 22nd, 2016. Architectural elevations to be approved by the District Commissioner prior to issuance of building permits. Landscape plan to be reviewed by the County Arborist and approved by the District Commissioner prior to land disturbance. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Fire Department comments and recommendations. And Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 17? Let the record show there's no one opposed, and that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman of the Board.
John, we had one of these slips, and I've forgotten which one, had a correction to be made on a date. Did you read that
I did read it.
correctly into the record?
Yes.
Okay, so we're okay there. I know there are a couple of these that probably are going to have some additions. Galt, we had yours that we've got on hold right now. Have you spoken on LUP 35? Have you spoken to that lady?
You know, I normally call people the day before and remind them, and this is just simply a renewal with the exact same terms, and I didn't. I think Lori might have just talked to the applicant. Okay. I'm kind of inclined to go ahead and let it stay on the consent agenda.
Yeah, I would too.
And just pass it on, and I'll make sure that she knows to be at the Board of Commissioners hearing.
Does anybody have any issues with that? It's just a renewal. We don't have any complaints from the public, so I think we can probably, I think you're probably okay with that.
Okay.
So we'll leave that on the consent agenda. I had one, let's see.
And I do have a change to one of mine.
All right, why don't you go ahead? Which one?
Okay. Z108, just want to add a couple clarifications
Okay.
to the stipulation letter. Add an item number 15, applicant to be granted a specialized contractor, special exception for applicant's landscape maintenance business only. Any change in special, Did that go away? Any change in specialized land contractor will require approval from the Board of Commissioners via another business item. And then number 2, in item number 2, bullet item, light automotive repair establishment, drop the part that says, provided the building shall not exceed 8,000 square feet in floor area. And number 3, in item 13, add applicant agrees to maintain all fencing on the property in a similar manner and time frame, which that item, for clarification, had specified maintaining a certain piece of fencing that they're repairing.
Okay.
And those have been agreed to with the applicant.
Okay. Anyone else have anything? I do have one on mine, Z107, which is Discount Tire. Just for clarification on Z107, John, I believe you read in that the stip letter is the one dated December 1st, is that correct? Z107 Discount Tire on Roswell Road. I want to be sure because we had a couple of letters. The correct one is December 1st.
It was December 1st,
Okay,
2016.
so we're good there. But in that letter and on the site plan, it continues to use the word conceptual. That's really not conceptual. It's site plan specific, so I want to suggest we remove the words conceptual, and then that'll take care of that. Also, I was asked by some of the neighbors if I would on stipulation number 5, which mentions exactly what they will do on this site, which of course is sell automobile tires and wheels and that sort of thing. But to add the words excluded future uses will include billiards, pool halls, and recycling centers. So I'd like to add that. And then the letter did not include our typical minor modification terminology, which I would like to add as a new item number 14. Minor modifications to the plan may be approved by the district commissioner except for those that increase the overall square footage, reduce the size of any buffers, relocate a structure closer to a lot line, increase the building height from that which is approved, or change the main access location to a different roadway. So if we can add that, then everything else is just fine. Anybody else have anything, any other changes? Okay, let's get a motion to approve the consent agenda. Somebody.
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, with the changes that Galt and I
As
added.
presented. Mhm.
Okay, have a second from Skip. Anybody else? Okay, let's vote. Registry vote, please. That's accepted. Okay, thank you, John.
Okay, all those folks that are on consent agenda, your business is done today. You may leave, but please come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing.
Yeah, thank you, folks. Leave quietly if you don't mind. We're still being televised, and if you want to discuss some things, you can go outside and do that quietly. Thank you very much. Okay, John, what's next?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z84, James C. Lane Jr. requests rezoning from R20 to RA5 for the purpose of a subdivision and land lots 330 and 331 of the 16th district. Property is located at the northeast intersection of Fricks Road and Cochrane Lake Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here to rezoning case Z84? Are you opposed, sir? No, I'm the applicant. You're the applicant, okay. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Okay, while we're doing that, let me just ask, again, we're not real sure if there was opposition. Yeah, I see her coming up, so never mind. Let's get her sworn in and we'll go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning.
Give us your name and go ahead when you're ready.
My name is James C. Lane Jr. And my wife and I have owned the property at the corner of Cochrane Lake and Fricks Road since 1965. I've been a developer and builder in Cobb County since 1976 and retired in 2002. When we did our building and development, we always tried to enhance the ability and the area that we did in Cobb County. We have come to ask for, that said RA5 on there, but I think we changed that to R15. to develop our piece of property, which is located at Cochrane Lake Road. We have always helped that area develop, the guys down the street, the people down the street. We actually changed our deeds so that they could develop Cochrane Lake Estates, Brook Farms, and so forth and so on. So I have been in the hospital from August to end of September and have not been able to work on this case. David Meyer will present our case for you. Thank you for your time.
Just for the record, David, give us your name and go right ahead.
Thank you, Jim. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. For the record, my name is David Meyer. As Jim stated, I'm representing him, Mr. Jim Lane, the applicant of request Z84. Our subject property, of course, is located at the corner of Cochrane Lake Road and Fricks Road in East Cobb. And as you may recall, this petition was originally scheduled to be heard by this board back in October, at the October hearing, and again at the November hearing. It's been continued by this board and then by staff respectively in order that we could work out some details and revisions to our site plan. We originally requested, as Jim had said, to rezone to the RA5 category. We're now asking to rezone to the R15 category with a subdivision with 3 conforming lots. And as you can see, we're now in conformance with the Cobb County Future Land Use Plan, as our subject is well within the surrounding LDR classification, allowing a density range of 1 to 2.5 units to the acre. As per our updated site plan dated October 24th, which is on the screen, we're requesting a density of 2.0 units to the acre. As you can see from the Cobb County zoning map, we have R20 to our north and east. We have a C of R15 to our west and southwest, and RSL to our south. So we feel, and we hope you'll agree with your staff's recommendations, that an R15 request is certainly appropriate for this site. Beginning back in September, we met with Ms. Steiner and members of the East Cobb Civic Association. We certainly appreciate Ms. Steiner's input and her willingness to work with us during the evolution of this plan. I did speak with Ms. Steiner yesterday afternoon. She is here, actually. She said she was not sure if she would be here, but she said she was very appreciative of Mr. Lane working with her as the evolution of this plan came about. And in the end, I think we're in agreement with about 95% of her requests on the stipulation letter. We have submitted an updated letter of stipulation dated December 2nd, which I think is in your hands as we speak. So in conclusion, we feel a request for R15 is certainly reasonable, that this 3-home subdivision will be an asset to the East Cobb community. I also want to thank Ms. Trombetti and Commissioner Burrell for meeting with us and for your professional staff for helping us as this plan evolved. And we respectfully ask for your approval of our petition. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Trish Steiner with East Cobb Civic Association. We thank Mr. Meyer and Mr. Lane for working with us and the neighbors on this rezoning. The neighbors in ECCA are not opposed to this rezoning. We would like to have these additional steps added to the revised stip letter dated December the 2nd, 2016. Stip 6, add, if concrete detention is built, the above-ground portion of the wall must have a stone facade. The landscaping around the detention pond must be irrigated. A reversion clause added to the state if curbs, gutters, streets, and one home are not completed in 18 months, the property will revert back to R20 property. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And again, we are not opposed to this.
Thank you, Trish. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z84? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this board. This is in District 3, which is overseen by Ms. Trombetti. So, Christy, if you'll lead our discussion, please.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the revisions to the site plan. I think this fits into the surrounding community and fits onto this property a lot better than the RA5 that we were looking at before. These R15 lots are all over 18,000 square feet. So it's a really nice R15 plan. There's plenty of room. No variances being requested. I do have a couple of questions, though, about the stormwater management area, David, if you don't mind. Well, and you know what? I was going to ask David Braden as well, but let's start with David Meyer.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry.
The other David.
All the
Everybody named
Davids just
David,
stand up.
So the concrete wall, or the probability, I guess, that the detention might become a structure rather than just an area,
Okay.
what do you feel about that?
Sure. The answer is it's unknown at this point. We've not had a hydrology study done at this juncture. We're hoping it will be able to be accomplished with an earthen structure. We'd certainly prefer that in terms of cost, aesthetics, and everything else. And that, by the way, was our one disagreement with one of the requests by Pacific Association. They were asking for if we had a concrete wall that it not exceed 8 feet in height, we have no problem with that. But to face it with stone, we're already being requested to screen it with planting material, which we're totally in line with as per the Cobb County ordinance and requirements. To face it with stone for a a 3 lot subdivision is kind of overboard in terms of cost in that respect. It's not that we don't understand what they're requesting, but that was our comment on that issue.
Okay, and same with the irrigation of the planting material around? the
Yes, we're
detention?
certainly agreeable to keeping it to where it's viable and finding a source. With setting up an irrigation system with a 3-lot subdivision where there's not really a homeowners association, I think it could get into some problems and issues of watering and who controls it, who owns it and whatnot. That's why we had a problem with that. We'll certainly agree to the viability of the plant material, to keeping it maintained and doing whatever necessary to accomplish that. And in the end, if they decide to do that, fine, but we just did not want to be held having to put in an irrigation system for that small area.
Okay, and I noticed in your stipulation number 6, you talk about ensuring viability for 18 months, or per the county regulations, whichever is greater.
That's
So
correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, I know that sometimes in lieu of an actual masonry facade, sometimes you can stain the concrete a color or stamp it or do
Sure.
something that might be a little more cost effective than stone. I don't know if that's something you're familiar with or would be willing to look into.
It is, and I think that's reasonable. I think the cost of that is like you said, to stain it with an earth tone color or something to where it blends in or camouflages is reasonable. I don't think Mr. Lane would have a problem with that.
And you can certainly discuss it over the next couple of weeks and add it to the stip letter if
Sure.
you want. I think that would be a good compromise.
Okay.
And that was the only question I had for the applicant, unless there's something else.
Anyone else? Okay, good.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Did you need Dave Braden?
I was going to ask David Braden also, just to chime in on whether or not he had a thought about the likelihood of the need for a concrete structure.
Well, yeah, until they do their detailed analysis, we're really not gonna know whether they're gonna need the volume that would be required for a wall. But my comments do reflect the same thing that Trish had said, that if, if it is required, then there need to be screening and some kind of decorative treatment for the wall. David's right, and you brought it up, you can use form liners to actually stamp the concrete and then stain it, and it would a lot more cost effective, but it looks like a stacked stone wall, so that might be an option to do.
Okay.
In regard to the irrigation, stormwater management, since it's going to be the county's lot and ours to maintain, it's going to be difficult for us to allow irrigation on that lot. But maybe a lengthier viability period, like you said, 18 months or even 24 would get them established and without having to put out irrigation on our something that the county is going to be responsible for either maintaining or having people have access to. So.
Okay. And then the other question about the area of the stormwater, or the size of the stormwater management area, because the lot that it's next to is 18,000 plus square feet, could, I guess, the size of the lot they've dedicated for stormwater management change in order to allow for an earthen
That's
structure
correct.
as opposed to?
Because it's being zoned R15, you can actually increase the lot, or increase the pond lot size, and reduce the lot size at least to 15,000 square feet and still meet the zoning and maybe have enough room to do
And maybe
an earthen
avoid
pond.
a
It's gonna be a lot
concrete
less. It'd be a lot
situation.
less expensive. Right?
Okay, okay. I think that it might be a good idea to allow some flexibility for the plan to change for that reason, or for
And if we need
that
to, we can
effort?
bring it back to the district commissioner
Okay,
to approve. So
okay, thank you.
Can I ask Dave one question, or John Peterson? This came up in one of my cases over the last few days. Is there a requirement for a maximum height for that wall?
there is not a requirement. The county has pre-designed wall plans up to 15 feet, but the code does not limit it to 15 feet. It's just our design requirements get very restrictive and expensive. So that's why you don't see very many of them, but it can exceed 15 feet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, all right. I'm ready to make a motion then, unless there's some other comments. I'd like to recommend that we approve Z84, subject to all staff comments and recommendations, subject to the revised site plan dated October 6th, and the revised stipulation letter submitted by David Meyer dated December 2nd. With some flexibility allowed during plan review with regard to the exact size of the stormwater management area, as long as the adjoining lot remains in compliance with the R15 district standards. And for that, any changes in the site plan to be approved by the district commissioner. And that would be my motion.
John has a comment.
Can I
He's
just
waving
clarify
at me.
that the motion is to delete it to R15? Because in your motion, you said you wanted just to approve it.
Oh, and the request is still for RA5.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it'd be to
so
delete it to
Okay,
R15.
so we need to amend it to deletion.
Recommend deletion to R15.
Who,
Okay, sorry.
okay,
What about consent agenda?
for BOC.
Maybe.
Uh,
I don't know if we'll still have opposition, but
I thought, one other comment, do you want to add something about if there is a wall for the pond, it being stamped and stained?
that's in the stormwater management comments.
Okay, okay, good. I would think consent would work.
No reversion, no reversion. clause.
And I don't want to include a reversion clause. I just, in general, don't like those, but certainly the Board of Commissioners could do that if they want to.
Okay, I'm in agreement on that. Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, register your vote, please. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, John.
Rezoning case Z86, Windsong Properties LLC. Request rezoning from R30 to RSL for the purpose of residential senior living, non-supportive, in land lot 201 of the 20th district. The property is located at the northeast intersection of Stylesboro Road and McDobbs Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z86? Please raise your hands.
Just raise your hands and leave them up until we can get a count.
Let the record show there are 4 people here in opposition to rezoning case Z86. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
If you're not quite sure, you might want to speak. Come on up and let's get you sworn in so we can do it all at one time. Doesn't mean you have to speak. Just saves a little bit of time. Okay, Mr. Huff, when you're ready.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Parks Huff of the law firm of Samson Larkin Huff and Valley, and I represent Windsong Properties in relation to this rezoning application that's before you today. The first thing I want to note is the location of the property. It's on Stylesboro Road. It's at the signalized intersection of Stylesboro Road and McDobbs Road, and the fact that it's at a signalized intersection with large road frontage on 2 major roads is an important fact for your consideration. The other consideration is the fact that we're on the other side of a church that's at the other intersection of that road. And on the other side of that is an RSL community that this board recommended for approval at 2.8 units per acre in 2015, last year. And one of the things I want to bring out first is a stark contrast. When that case came forward, this room was packed because it was something new and people did not know who Windsong was and the product they built.
And there was quite a bit of concern and questions about it. And today, you've got 4 people in opposition. I'll try to hopefully address some of their concerns that I think that they will be expressing during their times. But one of the first things I want to do is kind of cover what happened at Serenade, which is the subdivision just the RSL community just to the west. Because one of the questions we always get is there too many RSLs in an area, and is there a need? And I want to address that in a couple different ways. Number one, that community is barely open in terms of starting sales. They've already had 14 sales. The sales prices are between $404,000 to $535,000, with an average of $455,000. That's significantly higher than we predicted when we were here last year, and it is very telling. 35% of those buyers are single. 35% are single. The other 65% are, by definition, because an age-restricted community, 2 people. So one of the concerns is traffic. I want to make sure that they understand that we will say traffic is not impacted by our development, but it's backed up by the facts of how the demographics work. 100% of our buyers, 100% of our buyers come within 6.5 miles of the property. This is, and these are just numbers, but I want to give you a little bit of feeling about who moves in these communities. A widower in his 80s who finds himself needing one level living, used to living on his own, can't do it. He wants to stay in his community. This was his option. These are real people beyond the numbers. A widower who needs to move into a place that she can maintain and feel comfortable in. These are the real stories of the people that I personally know that have moved here or in this direct surrounding areas from the surrounding areas. And so I also want to contrast again with a need looking at Arbor Green, which is a little RSL further to the east. And one of the things we looked at was how that community has maintained after being a few years old. 3 units sold in 2016. One was on the market for 21 days, one was on the market for 11 days, one was on the market for 13 days. And as a realtor, you understand that's not a normal market for the entire community to have things on the market for less than 30 days. So there is a demand, there is a need, and I know you've seen these statistics and the numbers that how greatly the county is increasing, but one of the things that just specifically for this area is being able to show this, showing how this area has the highest concentration. There's that red blotch. That's in 2010, which is light years away in demographics. This is the percentage of baby boomers in that section of West Cobb. You're talking Brookstone and these other master communities that were built in the 80s and up through the mid-90s. And those folks are aging and they need a place to live. And their product that's out there now are 2-story living. And it does not take much for people to come to a situation where they need 1-story living. I've received 2 letters in opposition that dealt with, one was that there is significant congestion in the area. You have before you a traffic study that my client completed that details the amount of traffic that this community would generate and how it compares to a R20 type density if this was developed as R20. The AM peak is the most important time because that is the most congested in the morning. This RSL community, this is based upon using ITE numbers and also comparing one of our existing communities and actually measuring the traffic that one of our existing communities created. So it's backed up by actual facts in addition to using the engineering standards from ITE. Our community would only produce 14 trips in the AM peak hours. That compares to 8 single-family homes. And I'm looking at the last page, and this was written with 63 homes, but we've actually proposed 52 homes in our latest letter of stipulation. So that is a stark difference. So if this property was developed for anything other than RSL and R20 or even R30, we will produce less traffic. We will probably produce less traffic than the number of homes that are currently on the property. So traffic is not a consideration here. The other concern is about seniors getting homestead, or getting not a homestead exemption, getting a senior exemption from school taxes. They do not get exemption from county taxes, but school taxes. That was a policy decision that the legislature passed. And I think it's important to understand, when I said 100% of our buyers came from 6.5 miles away, they are currently taking the 62 and over exemption in their current homes. They're moving from a subdivision or a home that is more outfitted for children and families and currently getting the exemption there and moving here. And theoretically and practically, that where they're moving from will be infilled by a younger family that will then start paying taxes. So I think that is not a policy decision that you should consider. That was a policy decision by a school board, and it's not something you should consider in making a planning decision in approving an RSL. The fact that we have a couple of people in opposition and concerns, I want to kind of address how we've addressed some of the buffering and the neighbors. To our north, we've got two property owners. We were able to meet with them, and in my letter dated November 28th, we've stipulated to a buffer adjacent to that property owner, and they are not opposed to the application based upon the buffer that we propose along the northern property line. Along the eastern property line, as you can see, there's a topographical grade change there, and we have over 100 feet. We've got a 25-foot buffer, planted buffer in that first 25 feet, but the actual separation is 100 feet. So we have very, very, very little impact to no impact on the property owners to the east. Now, there are two property owners in the notch along Stylesboro Road. I met with both of them. One property owner does not have a concern, but the property owner that is closest to us is here raising objections and concerns. One of the things I want you to consider is the fact that we do have a 25-foot landscape buffer. We can create a buffer as densely landscaped along their property line so that they are totally visually screened from the subject property. If this was developed as R15 or R20, R20 is more likely, they would still have two property owners adjacent to them. We have two homes adjacent to them. So between R20 or RSL, there really isn't a change in impact, other than I will state, as I know y'all are very familiar with the Windsong product, the only private outdoor living space is the courtyard between the homes. The entire lot, front and back, is maintained by the homeowners association. You don't have fences, you don't have dogs, you don't have swing sets in the backyards, because it is, although might be technically part of a lot, it is maintained commonly by the homeowners association. So you could not have a more quiet neighbor than an RSL Windsong neighbor that we propose here. The furthering on looking at the need for RSL in the area, I asked a realtor to look at the FMLS and looked at 30127, 30144, 30152, 30064, which stretches all the way from Powder Springs all the way up through Kennesaw. It's a huge area for the active listings of RSL independent living. And there are 7 active listings. 3 of those are Villa of Seven Springs, which is down in downtown Powder Springs, and that's a totally different market here. And even those 4 that remain for sale are scattered further out. So when you look at this area in West Cobb, if I can get the rendering that's shown up here, and then I'll also give you that, and then let's do this first. Think of the houses, the single-family houses, north, south, east, and west of this property. It is a tremendous amount of people that live in this area, and the need for the RSL is very, very strong in this area. And the location at a signalized intersection with a church across the street and an existing RSL on the other side of the church makes logical planning sense. And I want to show the color rendering that just gives you an idea how the landscaping will create the buffers around the property and how the buffering works, and that we will have minimal impact on surrounding property owners. From a traffic standpoint, we're nothing but a positive. I appreciate your time and your consideration, and I will be glad to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huff. Parks went over by 40-some odd seconds, so we'll add that to the opposition. Let's hear from the opposition at this time now, please. Just give us your name and tell us what you'd like us to know.
Okay, my name is Tammy Thompson, and I live at 3370, which is right next to this property in the little notch. The proposed subdivision will be on our west side and north side of our property. And I'd just like to say that we are opposed to this because one of the reasons we moved to this area was for the green space and the sort of feel of being in the country, even though we're in the suburbs. We've lived there for 20 years, and it's going to break my heart to see about 18 to 20 acres of trees just mowed to the ground. We're going to lose the eagles and the hawks that have settled there. I know that doesn't sound like a lot to some people, but to me it kind of matters. And we're a growing extended family in our home, and I just really think it's going to affect the quality of life and our property value as well. Despite what the developers may think, I think they don't have to live next door, and they don't have to see the destruction, and they don't have to live with it. For that reason and many more that I don't have time to get into today, I am opposed to this, and I will cede my time to the rest of the people who have to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from the next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is John Umflett, and I as well have concerns about the traffic. I respectfully disagree that there will only be just a few people leaving in the AM hours. If you've been on that road today in the AM hours, you see how congested it is. The property up the street has not opened yet. That's going to add to it. And I also respectfully disagree that it's just the AM hours that's a problem. The evening is terrible as well. And so with the traffic concerns, I think that is an issue. Also, the trees, there's a lot of trees back there. It's been mentioned that this is a secluded type area back there. There are deer back there, as well as the birds, the hawks and everything. All those trees are going to be wiped out. I've seen the facility, property up the street that they've worked on. I've gone in there, and every tree has been wiped out. Understand from what's been presented here that there are going to be trees there. They're not going to be 20 and 30, 40 feet trees, which are out there right now, that's going to be planted in there. Also, it looks to me from what the information I've read, there are 18.45 acres. It looks like there's going to be 53 units on there. If I did my math right, that's a little over 3 units per acre. If you take the drainage ditches out, the drainage concerns and the free space, then that's more units per acre than 3. So, I mean, it's just crowded in there. We've driven through the other subdivision, and if you park a car or two on the street, I mean, you're maneuvering back and forth. It's just going to be terribly overcrowded. But with the just wiping the landscape of the trees and the foliage in there, we moved in. We've been there 31 years. And we back up on the east side of the property here, but we've been there 31 years. We moved there because of the trees. Many of our neighbors have said they looked at other properties when they were going to move. This property had the most trees and secluded area. That's why they moved in there, and it's going to take that away. And so for those reasons, I just think there's just too many units going in there to make this, to reduce the quality of living and life there. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Do we have another speaker? Come on up and give us your name, please.
My name is Richard Thompson. My wife spoke first. I'm at that 3370 lot. I just want to be on record as opposing this for all the reasons my wife stated, as well as reiterating how that is going to devalue our home, and it's going to make it impossible if and when we ever want to sell it. It's going to be impossible. No one's going to want to live backed up to 52 RSL homes. They're just not. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Melissa O'Brien, and I'm a West Cobb resident. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I think I've made you all aware of my concerns about the influx of RSLs into our West Cobb community, and I still maintain that there needs to be a careful balance in the number of RSL housing options so as to not oversaturate the market in one particular region in our county. Having said that, and recognizing that this application is allowed in low-density residential, West Cobb Advocate is not opposed to this particular application with the exception of the density and taking into consideration the neighbors that have just spoken. This density is significantly higher than the adjacent neighboring communities, so I do have major concerns about that. I spoke with Parks prior to this, me speaking here, and I'm a little bit unclear as to what his current proposal is in terms of, he's at 2.8. So it's still, in my opinion, too high. If you travel this route in the morning, and I highly urge you to do so, travel it in the morning and travel it in the afternoon, or really travel it any particular time of the day. This section of road is highly, highly trafficked. It's very difficult to maneuver. It's very difficult to make a right-hand turn out onto Stylesboro. It's difficult to merge from Paul Samuel onto Stylesboro. It is going to be more difficult with the influx of traffic from the new RSL, even though people are widowed or not widowed, or I don't really care how many people are in that particular development, you're still adding people. Given that, I would ask that the density be reduced in this particular case for this application, and also to take into consideration the existing property owners here. If you do reduce the density, I would ask that you reduce it around those particular homes and give those people a substantial buffer so that they can still continue to enjoy the property that they've enjoyed for the past 20 years. So I respectfully ask you to deny the application as is, and perhaps the applicant can work with these homeowners that have appeared here today and make some sort of a reasonable solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Anyone else wish to speak to this zoning? Okay, not seeing and hearing anyone. This is in District 1, so Skip, if you'll handle our discussion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make a couple comments. The first comment is I've been absolutely impressed with the quality of what Windsong produces of their product. The approach that Steve Romaine, who is the principal at Windsong, the approach that he uses in dealing with neighbors to make sure that he's heard each and every concern and he's dealt with it in a way that generally they come back saying, I've been dealt with fairly and I support this project. Last year, we approved Z8 just down the street on the other side of the church, of Living Hope Church, from this project. We approved that, that's correct, just as Parks Huff said, at 2.8 units per acre. It was 41 units. I'm impressed with the fact that the demand for these units in this area is as high as it is, with some, forget the number, 12, 14 units that have been sold so far, even without an office or models that are up and available to walk through yet. That's pretty impressive. And the fact that all the people who are buying in there are coming from the local area is further impressive. I'm impressed with the statistics, the traffic statistics that Steve Romaine and his team have put together, through outside traffic engineers, which show that the traffic offered to the community, I think I'm correct in saying this, is slightly more for his RSLs than it is from the traffic engineering handbook that the traffic engineers use. A single-family dwelling generates somewhere in the vicinity of 10.3 car trips per day per house. First time I heard that, I said, that can't be right, but then I started monitoring my own behavior and I realized that's probably not too far off. The traffic engineer handbook for an RSL says it's closer to 3, I think. Ashley, nod your head, but I think you agree with that, right? Yes. Ashley is our traffic department DOT representative here. Steve's numbers show something closer to 5 units per acre, so, or 5 units per home. So it's in the vicinity of half. And that's good, because the biggest concern that I hear in West Cobb is I moved here to, people say, I moved here because of the rural feel of West Cobb. And I'm getting increasingly concerned with what I see happening with our traffic. The intensity of the traffic is just growing daily, and the roads don't seem to be keeping up with it. And I think every one of us in this room who's driven anywhere in West Cobb recently shares that view. So anytime we can do something that's going to reduce the traffic from what otherwise might have been developed there, I think is an absolutely good move. So I'm a supporter in general of RSLs. I thought that the move to put the RSL just on the other side of Living Hope Church, Z8, the one that's underway right now called Serenade, I thought that was a good move. What I'm concerned about now is not so much the intensity. I am concerned about the intensity as measured by impact on schools and roads. But I'm more concerned about the absolute density that people see when they drive down the roads around one of these developments. And I would offer that this proposal is a little bit different than Z8. Z8, or call it Serenade, that's the name of it, was located between a church on one side, just to the west, our favorite little restaurant called Stylesboro Biscuits, that many of us know exactly what that place is, and that's kind of a landmark in the area. And right across the street, a fire station, and it was at a signalized intersection. So it was surrounded on 3 sides, in effect, with something other than residential. This one, on the other hand, it's true, it has the Living Hope Church across the street, but it's got residential everywhere else around it, to the south, to the east, and to the north. When I look at the densities, all of those residential developments that are around it are all pretty much zoned R20. This is low-density residential, so R20 is certainly allowable within low-density residential. That's 1 to 2.5 units per acre for low-density residential. When I look at the actual densities that are in there, I see numbers like 1.6 at Grayfield North subdivision. I see 1.49 at Signal Point subdivision. I see 1.68 across the street at the subdivision that's right there, Pine Mountain Estates subdivision. I see densities that are in the 1.6, 1.7 range. Now, many of you know that before we come into these hearings, we have the benefit of the staff analysis to tell us what the rules and regulations say and what their opinions are with respect to a given application. In this one, they're very clear that the future land use map says low-density residential, which is 1 to 2.5 units per acre. The staff has taken the strong position that therefore this development needs to be less or less than 2.5 units per acre. So we've got a 2.8 units per acre proposal. We have a cap, if you will, by the underlying future land use map of 2.5. We have at the other end 1.6, 1.7 units for existing subdivisions. In every application for rezoning, we want to make sure that whatever the zoning is, that it fits in with the character of the existing overall neighborhood that surrounds it. So in my mind, there's no question that 2.8 units per acre, I think the number actually calculates at 2.81 or 2.82 units per acre is too high. It needs to be below 2.5. If this property, it's R30, surrounded by R20 subdivisions, were developed as a single-family dwelling subdivision, it'd probably be a fairly easy, straightforward case to make to ask for R20 zoning. And maybe even R20 open space community. So if one were to do that, that would put it in the 1.75 to 1.92 units per acre. I'm looking for counsel from the Planning Commission, I think, in this, but it's real clear to me that the density as proposed is much too high. I'd like to find a better fitting target density that we can ask the applicant if he's willing to go back and redesign a site plan to, I'd like to find that density. And I'd like to have some discussion about what the Planning Commission feels about that.
Judy?
I think, as we discussed in our work session, RSLs are good. I like RSLs. I've never denied I like them, but sometimes we need to look at the overall picture of the county. Right now, we don't have anything, and maybe it's something the staff needs to do, long-range planning. After the first of the year, we need to know where our RSLs are located and where there's some lacking. We do have one down the street, and it seems like it's successful, but is this the right place to put another one? They don't have an impact on the schools. They don't have an impact as heavy as a subdivision on a road. But if we take all that out about an RSL, someone could come in here, clear cut it anyway, and build a subdivision. So it's what we're trying to do is get a good balance here. And I'm not sure at the point today that the density is what the balance is I'm looking for in this particular tract of land.
I'll just make a general comment about RSLs. I'm becoming more concerned about the fact that they don't incorporate a lot of green space. I really think they ought to resemble more like our OSC communities, our open space communities, where a little bit more land, if you're going to put the units on smaller lots, a little bit more land for walking trails and recreation and those kind of things ought to be incorporated. And at a lower density, that probably could be. So that's kind of my thought on it. Maybe we need to look at even revising the RSL code.
I think we're looking at the RSL code right now. I know John and I have had that conversation. So sometime next year, we're probably going to revise our requirements for RSLs. I tend to agree with Skip's analysis. If you have a senior housing, an RSL, residential senior living project, that's surrounded by residential standalone detached homes, it's a lot different than it would be than one we're going to hear in a few minutes, in fact, that's not, that has something else around it, businesses or churches or something like that. I do think they need to more closely resemble the densities of what's there. But to my mind, the more important thing is appearance, and that goes to the term he used earlier, the intensity of it, the appearance of it. It has to fit in, not only from the density standpoint, but how does it look? We don't want these to look like they don't fit in. These are not apartments. These are standalone homes. They'll have a nice price point. I'm not too concerned about whether they'll have a bad negative impact on property values. I really don't think that they will, because this company builds a really quality product and their landscaping is very nice. But I tend to agree that the appearance from the street is going to be different than the one right down the street. And that's significant. And I wonder if maybe we didn't give them, if we gave them a little more time, if possibly they might come back with some alternative plans for us to consider, less density, different appearance, some good landscaping plans for us to really take a look at. I would not be opposed to holding this. Anybody else? Christie, anything? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to turn myself on again. I'd like to ask Parks Huff to come back up. First, I'll note that nobody helped me on the number. I threw a range out there and I didn't get any help on the number. Does anybody want to offer some help on that? Okay.
I don't think that's.
Yeah. Okay. What I'd like to do is I'd like to ask you if you're willing to come back with a revised site plan that maybe does a number of things. I know that the part of the concept of Windsong is to have something like 10 feet separating into pairs of homes, because it creates an opportunity for a courtyard with the wall of the neighboring house being one side of the courtyard, and then a nice little courtyard that the other house wraps around. And I understand that. But to design this in a way, I think about OSC, Open Space Community, and some of the principles that are there. If we were to design this in a way that maybe is a little bit different from that model, where we have the more intense portion of this on the interior, but less intense, larger lots, if you will, on the exterior, with bigger buffers and a reduced overall density. And I would further make the comment, I didn't make it before and I meant to, that I understand that the number of 2.8 units per acre is designed in part to allow for the construction of amenities, specifically a clubhouse. It just occurs to me that with Serenade just a short walk down the street, and we like to put RSLs into places where seniors can walk to places, that's part of what the ordinance says. I'm just wondering why maybe that clubhouse couldn't go away and be shared and have a shared clubhouse with the other one. I'm just offering that. I'm not looking for an answer on that. But I guess my question to you is, we have a choice here. I have a choice of making a motion that we either deny this just flat out, or we hold it so you can go back and do some redesign. So my question is, given everything you've heard, are you willing to go back and do that redesign?
Yes, and I'm glad the way you phrased it, because if we, number one, look at that the impact on the surrounding properties is not affected by an RSL because of the traffic and things like that, then you've specifically asked us to go back and see how we can address the adjacent properties and the visual from the road and how it looks. What I prefer is to go back and do that rather than a specific arbitrary number, because you've got a specific thing you want to address. We can address that.
Well,
We'll
for
be
sure.
glad to address that, but I don't want a specific number because it may result in something that actually is, we maybe pack them up all on the road if you give us a percentage. So it may actually give us.
Well, just two comments. One is with the current design, we're already a winner with respect to the impact on traffic that we might otherwise have had. I'm not concerned about that. I'm trying to make that better. The second point is staff has made the strong point that the density needs to be less than 2.5 in order to fit into low-density residential future land use category. For sure, I would like to see a design that satisfies that. But in the spirit of our comments, or my comments at least, I'd like to see a design that's well below that.
Well, we can see what we can do. I mean,
I appreciate that.
there's financial limitations and other limitations, but we can certainly see what we can do. The only exception I'd state is that I didn't see the staff say strong. It was a staff recommendation based upon the future land use map. And in other cases, the future land in the RSL code specifically says that density is not specifically correspond with the normal density that you see in the future land use map. So, but I understand that they did recommend approval at 2.5. We will see what we can do. I think that if we are not affecting people traffic-wise, and we are visually not impacting people, then 1 unit versus 50 or 60 or 80 units shouldn't be a factor. We can address the things that you have specifically brought up in terms of visual impact on adjacent properties, buffers, how we can handle green space differently potentially. But as I said, if we came back at 2.2 units per acre, we could pack all our homes along the adjacent properties and put a green space in the middle and totally not do what you're asking us to do, but we could meet an arbitrary number. So I'd rather than shoot for an arbitrary number, shoot for the design goals that you've laid out.
Parks, and staff, by the way, did say a maximum of 2.5. It didn't say less than 2.5. It said a maximum of 2.5, which is the upper limit of what's allowed. But if you came down to 2.5 or 2.2 or 2.4, realistically, how many units are you eliminating? 1 or 2?
No,
Realistically, how many?
I think, I can quickly do the math. I think at 2.5, I think we're at 46.
So it would go down to 46.
Yeah.
So appearance from the street, though, not a big change, really. I mean, that's my point.
Let me add
Yeah,
in.
what does
that-
it accomplish? That, Christie just whispered that. Just, what would it accomplish to come in at 2.2 or 2.5? Very little. That's why I said earlier, it's the appearance more than it is the density. That's, I think, is key.
And we can address that.
I think the density, either this is a good location for this kind of development, or it's a bad location. And when we're sitting up here talking about density, this was never designed to have big discussions on density. It was designed to fit into a neighborhood. Perhaps down the road, we already have one. Do we want to cluster all of them on one road?
Well, there's been the sentiment that, maybe this is too much expressed, that maybe this is too much too fast, with respect to RSLs in this area. But if you're willing to seriously look, and let me just make another comment about, my comment about the strong nature of staff's comment on the 2.5 units per acre. You're correct. Staff has not said strongly, but I think the community has, from the people I've heard from. Nevertheless, I think we need to be within the future land use map for this to ever have a chance of moving forward, and, within those constraints. And so I'd just like to see it, be redesigned to be well within the 2.5 units per acre.
Let me say one other
And
thing.
then we can reassess it and see if it really fits or not.
We will be able to do that. We'll be glad to do that.
Keep in mind, folks out there who are just opposed to this, keep in mind what this could be if it's not an RSL. The reason we tend to like RSL, senior housing projects like this, is because of what it could be if the RSL is not developed. If a developer comes in with enough money, he would probably ask for R20, maybe R15, or maybe something even much denser than that. It might be approved by the BOC. That would not be a good thing for this neighborhood. You talk about traffic issues and congestion. You talk about appearance, having very little control over what someone does in their backyard and what you people would be looking at. That's something you have to think about. RSLs are different in that they have the property maintained. They have ample and really generous setbacks and buffered areas. That's why I say appearance to me is more important than this density issue. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm ready to make a motion. Make a motion that we hold Z86 until our February hearing to allow the applicant time to go back and respond to all the comments that he's heard.
Okay, we have a motion. Who was second? Judy. Judy was second. Any further comments, discussion? Okay, let's call for the vote, please. I hold that for 30 days, and I hope you come back with a really good plan that, 60 days. We don't have hearings in January, so we'll hear this in February. Gives you plenty of time to give us a great plan. I'm sure you can.
He has a question.
Okay. Okay, thank you, folks. If you're leaving, please do so quietly, because we're going to move right along here. Okay, John, what's next, please?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z97, Royal Residential Incorporated, request rezoning from R20 to RA5 for the purpose of a subdivision in land lot 962 of the 16th District. The property is located at the northwest intersection of Roswell Road and Vester Drive. Is the applicant present? The record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z97? Let the record show there are 3 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Whatever you have, you need to give to the clerk, please. Whenever you're ready, sir, give us your name.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and all your other members for your time this morning. My name is Robert Young, and I live in Atlanta. I have been in the real estate business and development business here in the Metro City for 53 years. I have not built or developed anything in Cobb County. In the past 40 years, I built about a dozen homes in Gant Quarters, which was a very nice subdivision back in the middle 70s. We have a contract to buy this property subject to a rezoning from the lady that lives there. She's been a close friend of my wife and myself for over 50 years. Last year, she lost her husband because of cancer. And of course, we are proposing to redevelop this into a small cul-de-sac so that she can continue to be self-supporting and self-independent in a much smaller place. As you can see, the property to the across the street is Kalesa Court. It's an RA5 zoning, and it was developed in the last few years. And we're proposing to do something very similar to this, just a cul-de-sac straight in, and would do the same type traditional housing, is that as well as a lot of tear downs going up around Vista Circle and would be north and rebuilding in that area. According to what I originally turned in for rezoning, I think the houses will sell for much more than was anticipated because, as you know, it's in the finest school district in probably the state of Georgia, in particular in Cobb County. And we respect that very much. I've been accustomed to and prefer very good school districts as well as private schools. But I think your district there in Walton equivalates to any private school down in Atlanta. And I'd like to congratulate you on that. Another thing, if I stumble a little bit, I had a stroke the last day of June of this year. So if I'm stumbling a little bit, I apologize now. I have two questions about the recommendations of the staff. And one is where they show curb and gutter along Roswell Road. None of these homes will, or anything, go out to Roswell Road. As of course, 2 or 3 of the lots would back up to Roswell Road. And I don't understand the need for a curb and gutter along there because nothing will be disturbed at all. And and of course, the other one was actually a no access easement, which is very permissible. And of course, in asking for these 7 lots here, all of them meet the requirements of the RA5 zoning district. And of course, it would be greatly appreciated by you as well as the commissioners if they could do these 7 lots. Of course, you see, one would be used as a detention pond and stormwater facility because of Mrs. Layton's need to continue keeping herself up. She has no children. She's 82 years old. And other than that, I accept all the recommendations of the staff and my engineer, and we will be happy to work, or will work with all the county engineers and developing this according to all Cobb County regulations. Now, as you know, it has a pond now. We have been seeking a representative of the Corps of Engineers for several months now, and I went to their office, and with no return phone calls. I went to the office last Friday myself, and of course, the person that's supposed to be looking after this area had been sick or out, but the manager told me that he would have have her call yesterday, and I still have not heard from that, but I will be at their office again in the morning. And so on the post office situation, I went to the post office. I think you have a letter of that. It's permitting a waiver to have each individual mailboxes at their residence. So the main box on the corner or wherever would not be required. And that's all I have at the moment, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Let's hear from the opposition at this time. Come on up. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam. I'm representing East Cobb Civic Association with regard to Z97. Doug Davis, our case manager, is ill today. This case has been continued once at the last Planning Commission meeting. And at that time, Commissioner Trombetti was very specific about some of the things we would like to see with this plan with regard to a site plan that includes the cemetery buffer, additional information in the form of a stipulation letter. Since that time, we have repeatedly tried to contact the applicant and have received none of that additional information. While the RA5 zoning would be considered proper for this location, it's a site plan that has us concerned. First of all, the site plan until this one that was put up there today, we have never seen the required 50-foot undisturbed buffer from the adjacent Antioch Cemetery lots. However, according to the site plan, lots 5, 6, and 7 will not have a backyard. The cemetery buffer will be their backyard, and this is something we would highly recommend against. We've had problems with that in the past, that builders tend to build up to the buffer, and then the homeowners want the buffer as their backyard. The site plan does not provide the required 10-foot buffer that abuts a more restrictive zoning, the R20, on lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This plan is 5-foot side yards. It will be a variance in every lot from the required 15 feet between homes. The density is of 3.96 is higher than the existing RA4 and RA5 subdivisions in the immediate area. The plan does not show minimum lot width at the front setbacks on lots 4, 5, 6, and 7. Site plans show lot width at the street that is short of the 50-foot front setback required. Stormwater management comments say that they require a 20-foot drainage easement along the rear of lot 4 and between lots 3 and 4. These also are not on the site plan. And that other items we would like to see in a stipulation letter include the landscape plan, architectural style and composition of homes, signage specifications, construction hours, construction vehicle parking, street lighting, and the permit to fill the lake. At this point, since all of these items are lacking, we would not object to a continuance in order that these can be fleshed out in the existing 60 days, if the applicant is willing to do something like that. If not, we have continued this once. We have made every effort to reach him and not had answers to our questions. Then we would recommend denial of this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Flam. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z97? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this group. This is also in District 3. Ms. Trombetti.
I'd like to ask Mr. Young a few questions about the site plan, please. And while he's coming up, I do want to reiterate that I think RA5 is absolutely the right zoning classification for the property, but as Ms. Flam just laid out, there's some issues with the plan itself that need to be worked out, and I think some of that is reflected in the staff comments, and some of those same things are things that we mentioned when we continued the case last month.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Thank you for making the presentation and for bringing the revised plan this morning. But today was the first time that any of us have seen this since our last hearing.
Yes, ma'am. I
And-
just don't receive that or got that last night.
Okay, and that's fine,
And-
it's fine.
I'm very sorry.
The biggest issue, I think, aside from some of the setback concerns and drainage easement requirements and things
I
like
hear?
that, am I not speaking loud enough? I'm sorry. There's some basic development standards that need to be met, but I think the biggest one in this case, two of them actually. One is gonna be, working with the Corps of Engineers if necessary on the pond. And then, really the largest obstacle is the cemetery and the buffer that's required, because as is drawn on the site plan we got just this morning, the cemetery buffer actually encroaches into the building line on those lots 5 and 6. And we know from experience with variances in the past, builders, especially on lots of this size and this location, they're going to fill the whole space that they have available within those building lines and within those setbacks with a house. They're going to want to do that. And then they've got to have something left over to provide the future homeowner as a yard where they can put swing sets and fences and plant trees and different things. So the cemetery buffer cannot be located the way it's shown on this site plan. And I think because it is such a small piece of property and the lots are so small, rather than just make a recommendation that says what the buffer needs to be and some of the other deficiencies, I'd like to give you all a chance to adjust the site plan again so it can accommodate the buffer that it needs and maybe give you more time to work on stormwater management concerns. I think it would be helpful for all of us to have a little more information about the types of homes that would be built, the architectural style, square footages, those kinds of details. But again, the cemetery buffer is going to be the biggest issue because more than likely, this property is not going to be able to accommodate 7 lots. But I'm not an engineer, so I think it needs to change, and y'all need a little more time to work on the plan. I recommend the engineer meet with our staff over the next, well, it would be 60 days if we hold this. And I'd be happy to look
I
at
certainly
revisions as
understand, and
well.
of course, in regards to the cemetery, I had only been able to reach the lady that's in charge of that, Ms. Hong, I believe,
Yes.
Yesterday, and she is the one that told me that you could go across the rear property line with the buffer, and that's the reason it's done that. But what we will do, if you prefer and will, that you could defer this, and I hear your concerns. And this is I don't think I've heard anything from this lady that's with the Cobb County. That I know was another gentleman that was going to send me stuff for several weeks, and after numerous calls, I received it. And but I'd be happy to get with them when we do this and prior to another meeting here.
I think that would be really helpful to meet with our county staff as well. And I'd be happy to look at any revisions before the next hearing.
I would greatly appreciate
So that we
that.
can make sure we have everything ready to go.
Thank you so much.
And maybe you all should trade phone numbers today, just to be sure that you can get in contact. I'd like to make a recommendation or make a motion that we hold C-97 until our February hearing.
Second for discussion.
Do we have a second discussion?
My discussion is, I'm still very concerned with the location of the road being so close to Roswell Road. I think that needs to be moved. The entrance. I think that needs to be moved in a site plan as well so that it's further away from Roswell Road. Other than that, I support holding it. It's just. Yeah, so it should come in on the plan with something that meets the staff requirements for DOT.
I'm sorry, could you speak a little louder
Sure.
for me, please?
One of the Department of Transportation comments is that your current entrance, your road, is too close to Roswell Road. So that's something else you need to work with the Department of Transportation to get your road in a proper position on the new site plan you bring
Okay.
us.
In other words, with the Cobb County, the Transportation Department?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Young, do you have a builder in mind yet to use?
Well, I have 3 or 4 that are building in the area at the present time. I have a son that's in the building business, and of course, we're capable of building it. At my age, I don't really want to, but I'm not beyond it. And we have built homes like this in the general area and much larger and with a lot more square footage and design and so forth. So that's where I'm at today.
Well, I realize you really don't know what the homes will look like yet on
Yes,
those
sir.
lots.
Yes, sir. We're going to be a
but you
compatible
don't have
home
to. I'm
to
just telling you,
the
you don't really
homes
have-
across the street and
Okay.
the cul-de-sac, as well as the tear downs and the new homes that are being built up around Vesta Circle
Would you
as well.
show us some renderings or some photos?
Well, we had some pictures today, but I didn't realize that you'd want to put them up. So anyway, we
We'd
can
like to
bring that
see
next
that.
time.
Okay, good enough.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, anybody else? We have a motion, we have a second. Any other comments? Okay, let's register and vote. All in favor?
Thank you for your time.
Okay, see you in February. Okay, that's when we'll hear it. We can. We've been at this for a little bit. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, we're back after a little break. John, what is next? I believe it's 103?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and call that if you will, please.
Okay. Rezoning case Z103, Capital City View Homes LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to R12 for the purpose of a residential subdivision in land lot 8 of the First District. The property is located on the northwestern side of Woodlawn Drive, north of Paris Ferry Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z103? I'll let the record show there's 7 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
I can swear you in. Put it. Garvis, whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff, and Bally, and in this case, we represent the property owner and also the builder in connection with this application for rezoning. The property owner is Capital City View Homes. The builder is Mr. Richard Feiss of Build Smart LLC, and he's seated right there near the front row. So at the appropriate time, if you have any questions of either Richard or me, then the two of us can respond to those in short fashion. The property at issue shown here on your aerial overlay, this is a 2.15 acre tract of land, as you can see, located on Woodlawn Drive, just north east of its intersection with Powers Road. The property is in an area in the future land use map which contemplates residential densities up to 2.5 units per acre. Interestingly, the RA4 subdivisions that are contiguous and to our north and across Woodlawn exceed the 2.5. Both of those coincidentally are at 3.42 units per acre, whereas we're going to be weighing in at a 2.32 unit per acre. So there's a mixed bag in terms of densities, but it's all utilization from a residential perspective along this section of Woodlawn. What my client's proposing and our builder's proposing, the construction and build out of 5 custom quality built single family detached homes at a density, as I mentioned, of 2.32 units per acre. The lots are going to range in size from 12,451 square feet up to 18,000 square feet. Just by way of averaging, since this is an R12 with a 12,000 square foot minimum, that averages out to about 520 square feet. To refresh your recollection, I think you were all on the Planning Commission when this came before you. It was filed in 2014. You actually heard it in 2015, February of 2015, was when the Board of Commissioners approved this application. And subsequent to its approval, it started going through the plan review process and doing some other things that were required, such as securing off-site easements for stormwater issues and also with respect to sewer. We've completed the plan review process. All the department heads or representatives today can tell you with a degree of specificity what they've written off or signed off on. We've also secured the appropriate easements, the off-site easements we need, stormwater and sewer. Of course, water is at the site there on Woodlawn. So we've essentially done everything that your county requires us to do. Unfortunately, what happened is the builder, once we got zoned in February of 2015, he ended up not closing on the deal. There's a reversion clause that was agreed to, and it reverted in August of this year from the R12 classification with stipulations and conditions to a straight R20. We turned right around in November and then filed this application. And I think you'll find, I know you'll find, that the stipulation letter we submitted on November the 2nd replicates not only the stipulations and conditions imposed by you and then refined, focused, and imposed by the Board of Commissioners, but also the individual components of Commissioner Ott's motion upon approval and the individual components of those issues we've encountered during the plan review process. So this is not a new thing. It's simply a reiteration or a ratification of what was already done and what has essentially already been approved by your various county departments. I've handed out to you a composite or compendium, if you will, of elevations, renderings depicting the architectural style and composition of the homes. Richard Feist will be building those under his company, BuildSmart. As you can see, those are Caldwell Klein elevations and renderings. To me, they're the kind of the preeminent architects in terms of really giving you a good idea of what these four-sided architecturally styled homes will look like. There'll be a minimum of 3,500 square feet in size. They'll have three-car garages. The parking spaces on the driveway can accommodate 2 additional vehicles. There'll be mandatory HOA, of course. They'll be responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of all things that are public, such as the fencing, the walls, the signage, and things of that nature. Speaking of signage, the subdivision entrance signage will, of course, be located, as you can see, at our entrance on Woodlawn Drive. This will be ground-based monument-style signage that will be lighted, irrigated, illuminated, and, of course, fully landscaped by a certified landscape professional. Also, along the subject property's frontage, and there's precious little frontage if you take out the driveway, but we're going to be constructing a solid masonry wall, a minimum of 6 feet in height, and then we're going to be allowing accompanying 75-foot perpendicular returns on that wall. You all more of an engineering bent probably know better than I what that is, but it was described to me by Stormwater Management as eliminating any conflicts that might exist with respect to the wall in terms of stormwater management issues. So that will be the type of wall. Also, we put in here that by operation of law, all of these stipulations that were agreed to and imposed back in 2015, whether they're with Capital City View or any successor in title, if that developer sells it, and if this builder buys it, or if he just simply builds the houses, so that runs in perpetuity. The landscape plan is incredibly detailed. You got the stipulation letter, but some of the highest points, you can see an 8-foot wooden decorative privacy fence along the boundary between the fountain Kings Cove and the subject property. The existing fences along those property lines, we've given the option of the owners contiguous to us. If they want to keep their fences, they may do so. If they want them removed, then we'll remove them at our sole cost and expense. The fencing that we've described will have, as you can see, attendant cryptomeria, which has been recommended by an independent arborist, by Master Gardener, and by the county's arborist as being the hardiest type of evergreen and the fastest growing that we can place in there. They'll be planted between 6 to 8 feet in height. We planted 10 feet on center, so they will fill in quite nicely along the perimeter of the property. If it's determined by the county's arborist that trees on our contiguous neighbors' properties are in any way impinged or jeopardized by virtue of the construction and development on our property, then we'll be responsible for taking out those trees and replacing them or compensating the owners accordingly, as the stipulation reads, to replace it. Now, it's been mentioned to me that it might be appropriate to, around the drip line of these trees that are on our neighbors' properties, we might want to put some sort of fencing around that of a temporary nature so the contractors know not to get into the drip line. So we don't have that as a condition of the zoning, but we'll be happy to incorporate that into the stipulations and conditions if you as a planning commission see fit to do that. We're agreeable to all of DOT's comments and recommendations. They're all shown on the plan, every single one of them. In fact, when we got to the applicants meeting, Ms. White, your DOT review engineer, said, "So what are your comments?" And she said, "Well, they're on your plan." So I've reiterated them in my stipulation letter, but I guess it was superfluous because, as you can see, all the recommendations you find in your zoning analysis are depicted on the plan you also see. Same thing with the Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater easements off-site have been secured. Stormwater has been designed, certified, signed off on by David Braden and his staff. So those issues have been taken care of. As I mentioned, we have off-site stormwater easements and off-site sewer easements. The water is at the site within Woodlawn, so we didn't need an easement to get that. We've articulated specific hours of construction. We've stipulated to a Georgia Native Plant Society rescue with Ms. Sherry George. And there's plenty to rescue out there. I think things are mostly dormant now, but to the extent that she can harvest and use things, we're planning to get started with construction right away. We've also agreed that the minimum impervious surface per lot, according to Commissioner Ott's motion, cannot exceed 40%, and we've agreed that we will not seek any variances with respect to that. Now, I'm not saying an average of 40%, because we already averaged down around 32, but you can't do it like that. You got to do it on a lot-by-lot basis. So we've agreed to a 40% maximum. We've agreed to all the boilerplate language by the district commissioner making minor modifications. We simply ask that you follow your staff's recommendations and the plan review comments and recommendations, and that you as a planning commission recommend to the Board of Commissioners that this be approved as presented to you today. I think I went 3 seconds over.
You did good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sams. Let's hear from the opposition now, please. Good morning. Give us your name.
Good morning. My name is Irene Carlos, and I live at 343 Woodlawn Drive, which is next door to the property in question. I have a few concerns regarding this project. First, the developers have had at least 4 extensions already and are asking for what is basically another extension. At the last commission hearing, Commissioner Ott and Commissioner Lee both warned developers repeatedly that this would be their last extension, yet here we are again. This seems to be a never-ending cycle that is simply unfair because they let yet another extension expire. Secondly, the developers have demonstrated a track record of lengthy projects. A similar development in West Cobb sat cleared and empty for years before that project was developed. This seems to be a pattern, as this rezoning process is going on for 3 years this coming April. We are extremely concerned that the surrounding residents will suffer damage to their property from an increase of erosion and water damage, especially if left cleared for a period of time. The fact that they let the last extension expire shows no sense of urgency on their part. How are we to believe they will act in a timely manner after clearing this lot when they have been granted so many extensions while ultimately letting their rezoning expire? For these and many other reasons, I feel this request should be denied. I am asking that this committee deny this and any future rezoning request for this development. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Carlos. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Nancy Walters, and I was asked to read this letter from a neighbor who lives in Kings Cove. It says, "I will miss this hearing because my son Brock is autistic, and it's difficult to find a sitter that can handle his behaviors. So please share the following. My name is Kenneth Pittner, owner for the last 15 years in Kings Cove subdivision at 4530 Kings Lake Drive. Our property is located at the bottom of the hill from the proposed development. I have concerns that we could negatively be impacted by any changes to the property, which already has a very high volume of stormwater that moves across the development site. I am attaching a video that I took which shows the volume of stormwater that can be expected during any heavy rain." We got that? Okay, you can play it. The water shown, I think it's going to be up there. Okay, the water shown here is exiting the development site onto the front yard of our next door neighbor's property at 4525 Kings Lake Drive, and then onto Kings Lake Drive. Note the 7-foot railroad tie, and that's towards the end of this video, that was torn away from the landscaping and floated out of the yard and rapidly down Kings Lake Drive. I have concerns that any retention pond that would fit the planned site may not be able to handle the high volume of stormwater expected during a typical heavy Georgia rain, and as such, could alter the path of the floodwater spillover, putting our property in increased danger of flooding. In order to accomplish any new drainage system for a 5-home project, all the existing vegetation, bushes, and trees will have to be removed. Today, this natural growth protects our property to some degree. If a project of this size with 5 homes is passed, the water flow will be dramatically increased, especially if the land is cleared and left for a period of time, as is this builder's track record indicates. Our homes could then be flooded. With the list of numerous extensions due to the developers and the builders' inability to meet various deadlines throughout the zoning process, and over the last 3 years, the faith and trust in the developer does not exist, particularly if the stormwater is not properly and timely evacuated. In addition, the lakes of Kings Cove will be greatly affected by the increased water flow and stormwater drainage. The maintenance costs to our lakes will increase dramatically and will have to be covered by our residents, not the county, putting additional added financial burden upon the residents. Such a high-density zoning, as opposed here, was not available years ago, and therefore it was not incorporated in the development of Kings Cove and its lakes. The homes surrounding the lakes could easily be flooded by the excess water being dumped into these lakes. Over 100 petitions 3 years ago were signed by neighbors opposing this project, and today we still stand in opposition of this high-density development. Thank you for your time. This was Kenneth Pittner.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam. I'm with East Cobb Civic Association, and once again speaking for Doug Davis with regards to Z103. ECCA does not disagree with the request for R12. However, some items in the stipulation letter have changed, and the additions made to the zoning by the Board of Commissioners have not been added. These were sent to the applicant's representative on December 1st. He acknowledged the receipt of our 15 points, but he has not responded to them. I'd also like to point out that when this case was originally heard, R12 was a zoning category that could be placed on a piece of property only by a commissioner. It was a out-of-date zoning. Since that time, R12 has been reactivated. It is a valid zoning, and that anyone can apply for, and it carries with it some conditions. Since this property reverted back to R20, we are basically starting over again. And with that as a preface, one thing we would point out that it is our belief, according to the zoning code, that R12 carries a maximum of 35% impervious surface. The applicant here is requesting 40% impervious surface on each lot. So we would like that clarified, and does that indeed require a variance on every single lot? To go into briefly, I submitted to the clerk, as well as all of you, our points that we have not had answered. There are some questions with the tree damage. In the stipulation letter, it is unclear who a property owner next to this property would have to go to have their tree replaced. Is it Capital City? Is it the developer, as Capital City may not develop this piece of property? Will it be a new property owner? It is our recommendation that damage to a tree that a surrounding neighbor would go back to Capital City to have that taken care of. In stipulation 11C, it says, shall be installed no later than 60 days after the commencement of the development of the subject property. We would like to see that specified. What is the commencement of the development of the property? Perhaps we would recommend a 60 days after a land disturbance permit is pulled, rather than this language. We see no water easement on the site plan, so we would like to see that put on there. We also recommend that there be a reversion clause added once again, that the property is to revert back to the underlining zoning of R20 if the land disturbance permits are not issued within 12 months. Sorry, I'm just kind of trying to read. Another thing that we have run into now in the intervening years was with regard to the facing on a concrete wall inside stormwater management. So in stipulation 13, we would like to see added, any stormwater management area wall shall have a brick or stone facade and shall not be higher than the 6-foot fence. There are at least 10 other points, and in regard to time, I would like to submit that you already have received them, and I'll end my presentation. Thank you so very much.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Bill Meek, and I live in the Fountains subdivision next to two of the homes that are bordering the subject property. There are three big reasons this is a badly planned project. The first one, the street. This is a hammerhead street. No turnaround for emergency vehicles, fire engines, any other, for that matter, any of the traffic. You have a large delivery vehicle, it's going to struggle for egress. In fact, you'd probably have to back all the way out of the street and onto a busy street, which will cause even further safety issues. I live in a cul-de-sac next door, and we had to have a street with a certain dimension so that these vehicles would accommodate these vehicles. And I'm wondering how this builder can put in a hammerhead street like this without consideration for egress. Second thing is the water evacuation. As you saw earlier and heard from Mr. Pittner, there's definitely a lot of water on this property. But what's the next step? We're going to cut down all the trees, cover over a lot of the absorbing land with impervious surfaces. And remember, the street wasn't figured into the impervious surface of this slightly over 2-acre lot. So now you're going to have more water running faster. And the Kings Cove residents do, as it was pointed out, do have legitimate concerns. The most likely one is that the water going downstream to their ponds during successive rains could potentially overflow the ponds and flood some of the homes down there. And this is not a far-fetched scenario, because we all have heard several times a year that heavy rains are coming. Expect flooding of streams and rivers, especially downstream. Another point is squeezing a lot of big homes onto really little lots. Think about the space allocation. Well, first of all, we had to have a hammerhead street here in order to, without a turnaround, in order to compensate for the size homes. And when you look at the lots themselves, you got a 30-foot rear setback, but remember, in that 30 feet, you have 20-foot landscape buffer. So that only leaves about 10 feet for a deck or a patio. And you want to walk into the trees and the shrubs after you get off your 10-foot patio. That's really tight. And this could make these homes a little less appealing, which in turn could slow down the sales. And if that happens, this could really turn into a very long project. Overall, many variances have been granted throughout this entire project to squeeze this in, to squeeze that in, to compensate for that. And it continually changes. So overall, essentially, this is really a large outlot, or as Commissioner Ott said in one of the previous meetings, a trash lot. The builder is trying to turn it into something that it isn't. It should comfortably hold no more than 2 homes. And the rest of the lot is basically a large funnel for the other developments in the area and the water flow. The ECCA saw this initially, and in one of the previous zoning meetings vehemently opposed this. All the adjoining property owners have and continue to emphatically oppose this, as does many of the residents, 100 or so, that signed a petition in opposition that was previously presented. So overall, this project demonstrates poor planning, very poor foresight, and is not a positive addition to the area. And we ask that you disapprove this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are out of time, so I'm going to close this portion of the hearing. It's back to this board. This is in District 2, so I'll handle this discussion. Let's just get the biggest problem out of the way. Mr. Braden, Dave, you want to come up real quick and let's talk about stormwater. I know this has already been through plan review, which is a pretty detailed process for those of you that don't know. And I assume, Dave, you were in that plan review when it came?
My staff is in that plan review.
Yeah,
yes,
and your staff was in that plan review. The film that, I'm sorry, give us your name for the record.
Dave Braden with Stormwater Management
Okay.
Division.
The film that we saw, the lady brought in, I assume that's Kings Lake Drive, not Woodlawn. That's what I'm assuming. And the house that was
Kings Lake,
mentioned
okay.
is at the bottom of that hill. When you come off of Woodlawn, it goes down and then it goes up. The assumption that was being made by showing us that was that all the water there, or a lot of it at least, was coming from this property.
Well, this property, you can see it's delineated there, and it has one house on it, and I believe there's a tennis court in the back. In actuality, so there's not a whole lot of impervious area coming off this property now, but at least that much area, the size of the site, to the north, there's at least that much area coming through this area. There's more than twice that area across the street in Windmead that has no detention either, that flows directly through this site as well. So there's probably, let's see, 1, 2, 3, there's at least 4 times the area of drainage area that's coming down the street on Kings Lake.
Yeah, and that was
outside of this
that
site.
was my point. That
That's
it's
exactly
coming
right.
off of Woodlawn.
With
It's coming from
with no control. So
Right,
that's
with
part
no
of the
controls at
issue
all.
with the stormwater management design for the site, is to provide detention on the site that accommodates what's coming through off-site as well as water quality, channel protection, and detention for the site
So
itself.
that's the question, is the plan that they have proposed, that you and your staff have reviewed, is it going to catch and prevent stormwater from coming from this lot, just from this lot, and affecting these
But
folks that
it,
live
and it
at
actually has to route what's coming through from off-site through this site as well, so, yeah. And one of the difficult things in the design was, and we dealt with this in the previous zoning, was there is no drainage infrastructure on Kings Lake, which you saw from the video. It's all flowing down the curb. So curb capacity only has, it can only carry so much before it's all the way across the street. And so they've already designed it and gotten the easements in place to actually provide piping from the site and all the way down Kings Lake so that all of that flow doesn't have to flow down the curb like you saw in the video.
So
That's been addressed as well.
Your and your staff's opinion then that what they're proposing for stormwater control should help the situation, not make it worse?
Not from their side. Like I said, they can't do anything about developments upstream that are already releasing flow through there. But with that being said, even when you put, their pond will help attenuate some of that flow as well. Let me put it that way. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any questions?
Any other questions?
Dave? Thank you, David. Garvis, you want to come back up, please? Okay, we heard mention of tree protection. I mentioned to you before the meeting started that I had someone who said to me that they may have trees on their property that adjoins this, abuts this. And they were concerned that disturbance of the land on this site might impact those trees. Are you prepared to have this applicant put tree-safe fencing on your property to protect the root structure at the drip line? Because I know you're going to replace it. You say that in the stip letter, but I'd rather keep it from happening at all. Let's try to protect these trees. Is that something you can do, and can we add that to the stip letter?
We can. We need to obviously get an easement or permission in order to place the protective fencing around the drip line of the trees on our neighbor's property.
Well, I'm not asking you to put the fence on their property, just on this property, so that when you're doing the grading, the infrastructure, that sort of thing, that you don't disturb, because you're not going to be taking tractors across their property line anyway. I want to protect the root structure of any trees that are close to the lot line.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So you're saying that can be done?
Yes, sir.
There was some question that ECCA raised, Jill Flam raised, about the cryptomeria and when they would be planted. Can you discuss that a little bit?
Within 60 days of the commencement of construction on the property, simultaneously with the erection of the fence.
So that really is at land disturbance permit time?
Yes, sir.
That's what they're asking for. Can we reword that to make that?
That's the way it's reads in our stipulation letter.
Okay, so that's going to be taken care of. There's a lake downstream, a pretty good sized lake, as a matter of fact, 2 lakes. What are you going to do to be sure that those are protected beyond what Dave tells us?
Yeah, well, and that's in the stipulation letter as a part of the original rezoning in 2015, and that is a pre-development and post-development hydrological studies on both of those lakes in terms of sedimentation. And that's to protect us, but it's also to protect those lakes as well, because obviously if there's an inordinate amount or even more sedimentation at the end of construction than there was at the beginning, then it's our responsibility, the way that stipulation is written, for us to undertake remedial measures to make sure that siltation is removed.
Ms. Carlos said that you're asking for another extension. That's not what you're doing, is it?
No, this is an application for rezoning. As far as us having no sense of urgency or being dilettante in moving forward, the movable parts of this was we had to secure off-site easement, stormwater, and also sewer. And I won't name the gentleman we worked with, but let's put it this way. He was an extremely good negotiator. Took us over a period of 8 months to do that. So we did come back to extend the reversion clause at that time. And then we had to deal with landscaping issues as well. So at the end of the day, the builder, and it's not Mr. Weiss who's sitting here, but the builder that was involved at the time just simply walked from the project. So it's not the developer's fault, and it's certainly not this builder's fault, and you've seen the kind of work that he does. So, that being the case, we do have a sense of urgency, and my developer is having to pay money, interest on this property, so he's extremely interested in starting.
How urgent? When do you plan on?
Within
If BOC approves it, when will you get started?
Within the next 60 days, weather permitting. I mean, we're done with plan review except for one component.
Okay, so the comment that this developer was not to be trusted, we got a letter, by the way, which wasn't signed, no emails, no phone numbers, just said that we couldn't trust this builder. This is a different builder than what
Yes,
we
sir.
had before.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so not the same builder.
No,
Can we trust him? Yeah.
This builder is of high renown and is built in Vinings and all over Cobb County, and you see his products, so it's.
Okay, the only other question I have, Rock Toller, you're sitting out there, you can nod if you want to. Does this street meet the fire marshal's requirements? Are we okay? Or do you need to come up and talk to us about that? We had one lady that said, or one man that said, he wants to come up. Tell us who you are.
I'm Rock Toller. I represent the Cobb County Fire Marshal. This is a private roadway, and it's implemented a hammerhead turnaround, which is published in the International Fire Code. It is an acceptable fire department apparatus turnaround.
Okay, good enough. Thank you very much.
Guest parking will be required. I just want to say that because the units are closer than 20
You
feet.
always tell us that, don't
I-
you? Okay, Mr. Sams, what are you going to do about guest parking?
Well, that's a function of plan review. We'll place that, and obviously it's 0.5 parking spaces per unit, so we'll have a total of 2 or 2.5 or whatever the percentage, 3, whatever percentage works
Total
out.
3, okay.
But remember what I said, that we have 3-car garages. They'll be not solely for parking, but they'll be able to park 3 vehicles there, 2 in each driveway, and then the guest parking as well.
I think I know the answer to this, but one person said these are small lots and big houses, and they may not be sellable. What say you?
The lots average 14,550 square feet, which is much larger than the lots, the RA4 subdivisions that surround us.
Okay, all the RA4s that are up and down Woodlawn, as soon as they're built, they're sold. And these are going to be, I think, comparable to those?
They will be a slight bit bigger, but comparable, yes, sir.
Okay, and those have all sold very quickly?
Yes, sir. I mean, this is the equivalent of an R15 lot at 14,450 as an average.
Yeah, go ahead.
With regard to the large homes on smaller lots, I just want to reiterate the issues that we have with variances from time to time when people come in later and want to put in a pool or a, cabana or whatever. If you max out the impervious area with the house, just make sure the homeowners are on notice that they're not going to have any room left to do a lot of extra things
Well,
later on.
one of the stipulations says there'll be no variances granted with respect to that issue, but if you'd like, we can make that a part of the deed of conveyance after a closing that be
good.
contained in the deed.
Yeah,
So
let's
there's
do that.
absolutely no mistake about
Yeah.
that.
That's a good point. That's a very good point that Christie makes. Yeah, otherwise they wouldn't know. So we can do that on the deed documents. That would be great. Yeah. No, they
Now-
actually fit in here pretty well.
Oh, by the way, I did respond to Ms. Flam last night and told her that certainly most of the things she suggested, her recommendations were acceptable, except to the extent that they ran against what was approved by the Board of Commissioners or changed that, or except to the extent that they've otherwise been approved in plan review, and told her I would, between now and the end of this week, prepare a revised stipulation letter incorporating those that weren't in conflict, and I'd have that to her, so I did respond.
Okay, anything else for Garvis?
There was a comment made about 35% impervious versus 40. Is this going to be, are you seeking to have it 40% impervious?
That was Commissioner Ott's motion. I'm seeking to be consistent with the legislative action that the board took.
Okay, maybe that deed restriction can say that a variance has already been granted to increase the maximum.
But not more than
impervious.
40%.
Well, sure,
But,
and right, and you
know,
can't
make people
average it
realize
out.
they're already over the limit if we're.
Right,
gonna
but
give 40.
that wasn't something I was asked for. That was a function of Commissioner Ott thinking the R12 classification was better, and so that changed the percentages, but he wanted it to stay at 40.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess that raises a question for me then, because I'm looking at your site plan, and it shows 22 to 34% impervious surface, lot by lot by lot.
Yes, sir.
So how does the 40% come into play? I'm confused about that.
Well, you're allowed up to 40% under an RA5 scenario, 35% under an R12. When Commissioner Ott, on the fly, made the motion to approve this, he made the motion to approve it to R12, but kept the impervious surface at the 40% level.
So somebody could buy one of these, for example, at 22% impervious, and they would have room for some size of a pool. or
Yeah, they could
deck
add up
or
to
something.
18
Sure, okay.
additional percentage points.
Okay, and
We-
then, just as a comment, and Dave, you can shake your head, the question was raised, well, what about the road? How's that impact impervious surface? I'm assuming the 35% or the 40% or whatever the number is for the particular ordinance it factors in an average amount of roadway to access that house. Is that right? That's true. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Okay. I think we leave it as it is because, it gives you, well, I'd like to leave it where it is. I think Commissioner Ott knew what he was doing. Okay, anybody else? Questions? Okay, thank you, Garvis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's see if we can wrap this up. As Mr. Sams explained, we're taking no more comments from the floor, I'm sorry. As Mr. Sams explained, and as we've heard from other people here, this group, the Planning Commission and the BOC, has heard this case before. The reason it has been delayed and has come back was clearly explained. There were no shenanigans here. We had a reversion clause, which frankly I put in and the BOC elected to leave in. In the meantime, they could not get the easements that they had to have, and so it delayed it. In the meantime, the builder said, I can't wait, and he walked. So now we have a brand-new builder, but the same basic plan, the same basic stip letter with a few additions to it that I think tighten it up even more. We have 5 upscale homes on roughly 2 acres, very nice sized, 3,500 square feet and up, price points that are very attractive, 3-car garages, lots of upgrades. And the issues that we had very early on, back in 2015, even back in 2014, I think have all been resolved. The entrance alignment issue, the size of the lots, the stormwater concerns, I know that could be a concern. I really think we're going to see that improve tremendously when this is built. The entry design has been fixed, the walls, the landscaping, the fencing, all of that has been resolved, and now we have R12 zoning rather than RA5, which makes total sense given the size of the lots. So I think all of this has been resolved. Some lots are even as large as 19,000 square feet. And when you consider that there are many RA4 and 5 subdivisions in this area, many of them, some that we approved and the BOC approved just within the last couple of years, that have all been houses of this size, even larger, and they've sold very quickly. The density is nothing like as attractive as this is at 2.3 units per acre. So I just don't see a reason why we ought to make more constraints, and I think all the concerns have been answered. Given all of that, I'm going to recommend approval of Z103, subject to staff comments and conditions as listed, subject to the stipulation letter from Mr. Sams dated November 2nd and the revised site plan dated September 22nd, 2016, with a few additions to the stip letter. The buildings on the site that exist on the site now will need to be secured, that is, boarded up, within 60 days of BOC approval and demolished within 90 days. That's pretty standard fare. Also, any mature and healthy trees located on neighboring properties but lying within 10 feet of this lot line must be protected with tree fencing installed at the drip line of each tree. If grading must occur within that drip line, pre-approval from the district commissioner must be obtained. And the stipulation 11G that Garvis mentioned, I'm going to leave that intact because it goes even further than this, so that's all good. To number 8, I would like to add to the words, this has to do with the signage area up front, that this will be maintained by the HOA. To number 13C in the stip letter, let's see here. I think this has been resolved, but just to be sure, ECA has asked for this, and I do agree with it. Add at the end of 13C that if there is an above-ground stormwater head wall, that is a stone wall or a wall, it will be faced with either stone or brick, and the height will not exceed 6 feet unless deemed necessary by stormwater management. And then item number 15 has to do with construction vehicles. At the end of that sentence, at no time will Woodlawn be blocked by any construction traffic. And I think that'll do it. So that would be my motion. Can we get a second? Or for discussion, maybe. Second, Skip. Discussion, anybody? Okay, ready to go. All in favor? Register your vote. Okay, let's move forward with this and get it done this time. Thank you very much. What's next, John?
Rezoning case Z111, RSDC1 LLC, request rezoning from R20 to RA5 for the purpose of a residential subdivision in land lot 400 of the 16th district. The property is located on the north side of Shalford Road, east of Lassiter Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z111? Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Just so everyone knows, we'll take a lunch break as soon as this case is heard, and then we'll come back and start over again. So go right ahead, sir.
Good morning,
Give us your name.
Commissioners. My name is Sean Connolly. I'm with RSDC Property Group. I'm looking to rezone the property on the north side of Shalford Road and west of Mayberry. It's approximately 2.5 acres. It's currently zoned R20 right now, looking to zone it to an RA5. After meeting with the planning and zoning staff and the various Cobb County departments representatives and reviewing the staff and recommendations, we submit the letter of agreeable stipulations on conditions which the application for rezoning is approved and become part of the grant of the request zoning and shall be binding upon the subject property. The homes in the proposed community shall have front exteriors consisting of brick stone, stack stone, cedar shake, and board and pattern of any combination thereof. Homes shall have architectural elevations subsequently similar in style, appearance, and quality as contained in the representative photographs collectively that we submitted with our application. There'll be a minimum of 2-car garages to be provided and be utilized for vehicle parking. All exterior lightings will be environmentally friendly, such as no light will be projected onto any other property. There'll be a mandatory HOA of submission of declaration of covenants and restrictions that contains strict architectural controls. All common and open space may be penetrated for the purpose of access, utilities, and stormwater. All utilities will be underground. The stormwater detention facility will comply with recommendations of the county stormwater engineer and will be fenced with a black vinyl coated chain link fence of a height no less than 4 feet tall, and appropriate landscaping be added to the purpose of screening. This is a property that was zoned back in July of 2016 for the same RA5 and had a revision. The builder had stepped back. It was Z35, and the developer and builder kind of stepped away from the project. There's 3 residential houses on the subject property, and we're looking to put a nice project in that school district, and 8 properties that'll be in the price points of $700,000 and up. I believe the requested zoning with the zoning plan submitted with the application and the stipulations set forth herein is an appropriate use of the subject property while taking into consideration the area and existing neighborhoods and residents surrounding the proposed development. The proposed community shall be the highest quality and shall be comparable with surroundings of neighborhoods and shall be the enhancement subject property and the community. Right now, it's currently surrounded on 2 sides by R15 and 1 side by RA5. We're looking to do, as I said, 8 lots. Across the street is a low-rise office and an NRC with a CVS and a car wash.
You obviously have this in writing in front of you. Did you
Yes, sir.
submit any of that to staff or to Ms.
Yes.
Trombetti?
We did. You didn't
Okay,
get any
we
of that?
don't, we don't have any of that. That's the reason I asked.
Oh,
Mentioned elevations, we don't have that.
I'm sorry,
We don't have elevations, renderings, elevations, pictures of the,
you don't have any of that.
no.
I apologize. I had submitted those last week. My engineer from Ralph Davila from Grading Engineering had submitted those last week, and nobody has any of those.
John, does that ring a bell? He says he submitted all of this plus renderings to, where did you submit it? Did you submit it to the zoning office?
Yeah, yes.
I have the revised plan, that's all I have in my book.
Okay. Okay,
Well,
yeah, do you have them with you?
I do not have them with me.
Okay. Christie just said we could, if you had them, we could actually display them on the screen, so at least we had an idea of what it is you're wanting to do.
I could probably get these over here before the,
No, we don't have time for that.
sorry about that. I thought you guys had that in hand.
Okay, I think we're through with your testimony, so let's go ahead and ask for the opposition to come up and let's hear from them.
Hello, my name is Mary Besh. I live at 4053 Bittersweet Drive, directly behind the property. I'd like to begin by stating I have not been notified by the developer or anyone else about this proposed change, and they have not contacted the Hedgerow Homeowners Association. The only way I knew about it is when someone interested in the property came across my backyard and trespassing and doing the survey without notifying me and without permission. I am opposing the development as written due to the concern about the impact this will have on the 4 homes and the recreation area behind this property. There was a past attempt to place 9 homes in this area, and the board proposed they change it to 7, but the developer backed out of that proposal. Stormwater Management agreed that the runoff from this area would be significant. 1/3 of the drainage would flow into the 4 surrounding lots and directly into my lot to the recreation area. An area already overwhelmed with flooding, which I have a video of, and my backyard at 4053 would be inundated with stormwater runoff. If the developer would like to meet with the landowners and the Hedgerow attorney, we would propose stipulations which would include berms to channel the water to Shalford Road. We'd ask for a larger evergreen landscape buffer, private fencing, construction hours, and address concerns if the land is clear-cut, the impact it would have on the existing landscape, which is part shade and will suddenly be made full sun exposure. We are willing to work with the developer, but would oppose 8 or 9 homes. This is too many in such a small area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z111? Okay, it's back. Good luck, Ms. Trombetti.
That's okay. I have a quick question that I don't want to forget to ask Mr. Peterson. Was the previous zoning for 7, a maximum of 7 lots, or was it more?
Going by memory, I think it was for 9 lots.
Okay. I remember that the recommendation the Planning Commission had at that time wasn't what was eventually adopted by the Board of Commissioners, I think. So I don't remember exactly how many units it was. Okay, okay. I think we had recommended denial because they were asking for 9, but then it was for 7.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm thinking, and the reason I wanted to ask about that is because I remember a good deal of interaction between the Hedgerow community at the time and the developer who had that zoning case. And I do believe that RA5 is probably an appropriate category for this property. It is across the street from a dance studio and a busy car wash. It's next door to RA5, so it could definitely fit, and I think it would actually be an improvement aesthetically in the area. But I have a few questions first of all, I guess I had hoped that some of these details would have been discussed with the neighbors, because you do have a landscape buffer dedicated, but we don't have a lot of details about what that means, what kind of plantings, those sorts of things. If you have a landscape plan, I'm sorry, we just haven't received a copy of it. I don't know. Do you have?
I don't have a full
Okay.
landscape plan at this time.
Okay. And same thing with regard to the Shallowford Road frontage. Have you thought about how you'll treat the road frontage with walls, fences?
There'll be the previous stipulations required a privacy fence to go around the property. So we would adhere to the previous stipulations in regards to the privacy fence around the property.
Okay, so that has to do with the hedgerow homeowners fence. It doesn't necessarily specify that that's for the road frontage. And the reason I'm asking is because it's important how it looks. It's important that the homeowners in the neighborhood maintain the road frontage on Shallowford. And it's really important that that detention pond is attractive or
Right.
invisible from Shallowford. So those are the kind of details that we would like to see. The site plan has been revised at least once during this process, and the additional guest parking is helpful, but the parking cannot be on the same lot as the retention pond or the stormwater management facility. And it also, from what DOT says, cannot be in the right of way, I think. So that'll have to be adjusted just a little bit. I think it would be helpful. I do have your STIP letter now. The clerk's office had it in their file, but there are no elevations attached.
I apologize for that.
That's-
I don't know what happened to those, but they should have been submitted by the engineer if he told me he did.
Okay, that's fine. One of the other stipulations of the previous zoning was that the homes would be at least 20 feet apart. And that would solve the guest parking question if the houses are 20 feet separated. So, we are pushing an awful lot to February. This is bad, but I don't think this is quite ready. I'd really like for some communication to happen with Hedgerow.
I just
and
gave
then
Mary
some-
my card, so.
And then some of the details, like I said, how is it gonna look from the street? What exactly will be planted in the landscape buffer? And, I'd really like for you to consider doing 7 lots with 20-foot distance between. I'm not saying that's what it has to be, but consider that when you're trying to figure out how to handle the guest parking and some of these other issues.
Something I noticed is, just glancing at this, it looks like there'd be a lot of variances required for lot width at
Well, those are the
state lot.
building boxes. The lots are all 70 foot
Okay,
in width. Those are what the building boxes
the
for the
building.
houses are.
okay, just trying to read it, just want to make sure there's no variances and things like that as well.
I think if it was already approved for 7 lots, I don't think I would change my mind of increasing it to 9. I think
No.
7 would be.
Or
They're
or
asking
eight
for
on
eight.
here.
Eight, I
Yeah.
think 7 would be the appropriate number.
But we can definitely work on an RA5. I think this is something
needs to
that's
get with his
workable,
neighbors,
for
yeah,
sure.
apparently.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did you, Sean, did you send letters out to everyone who
We
lives
did.
within
I
1,000?
brought the receipts to the city because it was a requirement to bring the receipts for all the mail outs that
Okay.
were
And
done,
the
so.
signs are posted. The
Yeah, the
signs
signs
have
are
The
been
signs
up.
came down with the rain just recently,
But they've
so-
been up. I've
yeah.
seen them. So that's fine. Well, I'd like to make a motion that we continue Z 111 until February of 2017. Or hold, sorry. yes.
Okay, so we're going to hold this to give you time to work on it a little bit. Okay, we have a second. Any further comments? Let's register our votes. So that's what we're going to do. Be sure you get with the homeowners, okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Strange.
The holding commission.
Well, this one's probably gonna get worked out.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch and we'll be back in 1 hour. Thank you. started. Mr. Peterson, what is next on our agenda, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Rezoning case is Z113, Habitat for Humanity of Northwest Metro Atlanta Incorporated. Request rezoning from R20 to RA5 for the purpose of a residential subdivision in land lots 494 and 495 of the 18th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Hillcrest Drive at Brumby Cove Drive and on the east and south sides of Ridgefield Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z113? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm David McGinnis. I'm the President and Executive Director for Habitat for Humanity located here in Cobb County. We have before you a request today of approximately 8 acres. Our desire is to zone it an RA5, as you've seen, and incorporate in that 25 residential building lots. We have met with the staff and incorporated their recommendations and suggestions into the plans that you currently have. I will tell you, we sent out the respective number of letters to the corresponding property owners around us. I have received 4 contacts. The first one was someone who wanting to sell their land on Hillcrest Road to me. The other 2 were neighbors in Wilhelmina Drive who have sent a letter that basically duplicates each other, and they expressed some interest that each of you, I think you already have. The only other contact I had was late Friday afternoon with a gentleman calling me to speak to those points. And if you will allow me, I will speak to the respective points in the letter. In regards to the schools and the highways, let me remind you, if you're not aware, that the majority of the families we minister to are not moving into Cobb County. The majority of the families we minister to already live in South Cobb. We are providing them an opportunity to move out of the rental capacity into a homeowner's position. So the likelihood of us increasing with this subdivision, more students in schools or more cars on the highways is minute in that they're already there. The idea of playing area, playing surface, in our subdivision, we will have a green space that's provided. And when I grew up, we played in our backyards. I'm not so certain that isn't still a good idea. As terms of the other items, I'll skip over 1 or 2 and speak to them last, if I may. There's always the question of, we like what you do, but don't do it in my backyard. And I'm sorry that people have that attitude, but we deal with where we can afford the property. The organization has owned the back piece on Ridgefield for a number of years. I'm completing my 3rd year in the organization, so it was there when I arrived. And the lady on the front, the small 3-acre piece that we purchased that fronts on Hillcrest, gives now the opportunity for us to put the 2 parcels together and provide the subdivision. So in terms of the development, too many houses, I respectfully request that we be granted the RA5, which is inconsistent with the subdivisions in and around the community. The resale value of our homes, typically our houses come in the $130,000 and $140,000 to $40,000 range, which I believe currently would be commensurate with what's there. The other points that was spoken to in the letter addresses the fact that the people that we work with work and earn somewhere in the 30 to 80% of the average income. And while I greatly understand the concern, that should not be a concern of our organization when we look to sell a piece of property. We do not give the property to these homeowners, we sell it to them. Granted, there is no interest in the loan, but they pay. And who are these people? These are rank and file of America. They are not the chief executive officers. They're not the ones sitting up on the platform. These are the ones that work in the mainstream, in the hospitals, in the other organizations. They're needing a hand up, not a handout. I will tell you, out of the mortgages that we carry, some 300, which equates to a sizable investment that we have. I carry less than 0.6% in past dues. These are hardworking individual families. We represent 9 countries, along with our country, in the subdivisions that we have in Cobb County. So yes, they may not be the ones that can live in the East Cobb area. I can't afford to live in the East Cobb area. I live in South Cobb. But this is a subdivision that we believe fits the community. I will not address the fact that the last gentleman that called me had a great concern that we had too many Habitat houses in this community. And I ask that you not consider that, because where do we draw the line? Where do we decide we have too many of this type house, too many of that type house, too many of this individual, and too many of that individual? We should look at the request for the characteristics and criteria of its own standing. And so I come to you asking you to consider, and I'll be glad to answer any questions I can on the request for us to provide the 25 homes. We will build the slab-on-grade homes. They will average 1,600 square feet in there. The concern that the individual mentioned to us was the parking. If you have been on Lee Road, we have just completed 8 houses down there, and we expanded the parking facilities from the 2-car to a turnaround, which will accommodate 4 cars per each home. We're certainly wanting to do one of 3 things. We want to provide a home, we want to improve the community, but we also want to provide hope to those that we minister to. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, David. Anyone here wishing to speak to Z113 opposition, come on up now. Have you been sworn in, ma'am? Yes. Okay, come on up. Just give us your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Delancey. I'm a resident unincorporated Austell, have been for the past 9 years. And actually, I am speaking of support for the Habitat Humanity community. Let me just speak first to what I've been able to research and observe for me being in the area for 9 years. Pebblebrook High School is the main high school for that area. And Pebblebrook High School have approximately 24 transit communities that feed to Pebblebrook High School. That's including apartment complexes, trailer parks, townhome communities, and also rental property that's in the subdivisions, okay? Pebblebrook High School have a transit rate of 40%. The students that attend Pebblebrook High School reside in communities such as apartment communities with rents averaging between, for a 2-bedroom, $500 to $800 a month, which is compatible to what a Habitat for Humanity home would be if you own a home. As we talk about revitalization in the area, we have to stabilize the community. We can't have that many transit communities in that area. So that viable option will be a Habitat for Humanity home. Families have to renew their lease every year that reside in apartment communities. So every year, if there's something going on in your apartment complex, you're afraid to speak out because you run the risk of not having your lease renewed. So how are we going to stabilize a community if you have to move every 2 or 3 years because you made a complaint about the apartment complex? What the Pebblebrook community needs is access to opportunities for home ownership. I agree that there must be a balance as it pertains to redevelopment in older communities. But we must be able to include everyone in the process. A Habitat for Humanity home and a person that qualifies for a home would pay a mortgage for a home of 3 bedrooms, which would equal to be about what a 2-bedroom rental apartment would be. So I stress that we must be able to support the Habitat for Humanity model, because this would benefit the community and empower and strengthen families. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z113? Okay, not seeing any. It's back to this board. Mr. Porter, this is yours, I believe.
Okay, thank you. And in analyzing this, we all certainly know who Habitat for Humanity is, and I think we all view it as a great charity and a great mission that they do. But in zoning, we really need to look at, we're zoning the property, not the applicant. So, and in this case, we just need to treat this like we would any other zoning, because essentially it is just another zoning. This is going to impact this property for the next 50 to 100 years, long after Habitat's no longer involved in it, and it's going to impact the entire community. So that's the way I'm approaching this, just like we would for anybody else. And, you know, the increase in density with the current R12 zoning, staff estimates that there could be 12 homes built on this property, and the request is for 25 homes. So that's more than doubling the density of the property. And, you know, it's been standard in every zoning case we've had in many, many years, as long as I've been here, and I'm sure as long as probably anybody else sitting up here has been here, is that when we go up in density, there has to be a benefit to the community to go up in density. And that means higher quality homes, larger homes typically, that in order to offset the other demands that are going to be placed on all the infrastructure and everything else. So that's just some general comments. I did review the plan, and for my review, it looked like 15 of the 25 lots would require a variance from the RA5 code, and that's 60%. And when you talk about 60% variance, that's huge to me. And it's not, sometimes we do a variance where something offsets something, but that's not the case with these variances. The average lot size on here was just under 8,000 square feet. And I looked at, because we always are looking to see how our property fits into the neighborhood, to the immediate community there. And if you look at the contiguous R20 properties that are here, they average 112,000 square feet. So some 14 times larger. So 8,000 isn't real compatible, but I also went across the street and looked at the 4 properties that are directly across the street from this that are in the R15 OSC. And those ones average 12,933 square feet. So 8,000 square feet's considerably smaller, you know, at that as well. Something else that DOT brought up and I think would need to be addressed is Ridgefield Drive right now is more or less a driveway than a road, but also it doesn't align with the street across the Brumley Cove. And that's something that would need to happen if you're going to put more homes in here, because you're going to create, you know, traffic issues and potential for accidents in that if you have this offsetting intersection. So that's something else. The plan does have some houses that are less than 20 feet apart, and the fire marshal requires a space of guest parking not on somebody's property, but off for every 2 homes that have less than 15 feet separation, because it becomes a issue with people parking in the street, and then you can't get fire trucks and ambulances, things like that through. And I'm going to ask Dave Braden in a minute to come up, but there's some issues that it appears like from reading the remarks, like there's probably some streams and some buffers that need to be in, and possibly 3 of the lots may not be developable because of the buffers that are required. And I think that's something that we need a little bit more information on. And just in general on this, there was no buffering provided on the screening for Hillcrest Drive to the backyards of the houses that we're going to go there, things along that nature that are normally required when we're putting something more dense up against other properties. And also some side yard screening where it's at the corner, and you're going to be seeing the backyard there as well. I will comment that the future land use map is medium density residential, so that would, contemplate a higher density than R20 being possible to develop this. But the RA5 plan we have in front of us just has too many variances, and I really think the look and feel of it's totally different than what's surrounding it. And that's why, my thinking, I'm thinking R12, which is 12,000 square foot lots minimum, fits the look and feel and also fits the land use plan. And that may be something to look at. With the house sizes, average of 1,600s, larger than what was really originally proposed, and I appreciate the applicant, offering to go larger. A lot of things that we normally get with these, and what we've been pretty consistent with all our zonings for subdivisions that go up in density like that is 2,000 square feet and 2-car garages. 50% brick or stacked stone on the front elevation. And that, so that's a lot of it. I'd like to ask Dave Braden to come up for a minute, because I want to make sure we understand his comments regarding potential for a stream and if that's something we should get defined right now, because it affects the whole layout of the subdivision.
Yeah, again, Dave Braden with the Stormwater Management Division. My comments reflect the fact that the stream that runs through the middle of the site is identified on the county stream buffer map as having a 50-foot buffer. However, I will say that it doesn't extend much past this site, and those stream buffers have not been field verified. So there's a chance that it could not be considered a state water or county buffer, but Frank Gibson would be the one to have to make that determination. I will say that the channel is very incised through the site, so I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't have a buffer on it. But again, I can't make that call. But if it does, then it does impact the site design pretty well, because they currently have the detention pond shown within that draw just below the road, and then another 3 lots are heavily impacted by that buffer. So if it is a buffer stream, then obviously they're going to be 3 lots. It'll probably wind up being 1, and then detention pond will probably, since the site is split kind of on both sides of the stream of the creek, probably need to be a pond on each side. So it will significantly impact the layout of the site. So again, it would if it gets approved to this plan or some reduced lot plan, then it probably will need to be revised at some point during plan review. But it might be a good idea to go ahead and maybe get that question answered before, at least before the BOC hearing, or if you hold it now, get it answered before the next hearing. So.
Okay, because in that, and would they hire an independent engineer to go out there and do that, or is that something
they can hire a stream specialist to do that, but Frank would be willing to go out there and make that determination for them. So.
Okay, so they could work with Frank and
county staff, right,
and get that taken care of, because that seems very important to this plan, because if we're zoning to a plan, there's a good chance that the detention's got to be totally different. You can't put houses where they're planning to put houses right now because of stream buffers, and that would make a very significant difference. And I think that's something that has to be looked at before we can really move forward on this myself. So anybody else have questions for Dave? Or? Okay, do you have other questions? Go ahead.
Well, it just strikes me that with that stream, that water flowing through there and all the buffers and so forth, is this potentially an OSC kind of a candidate?
That would be
to restructure it?
Well, we don't have our OSC expert here. I don't know if Jason's prepared to talk to OSC.
Well, I mean, it's got, sure not, but it's got some space there that you just can't build on.
It may
Yeah.
be.
It
I mean,
just
and that may be
seems to me
possible that
like
they
it's
could look
unnatural to
at,
be thinking about that.
they could look at an R15 OSC,
Right.
you know,
That's
or,
what's
or an
across the street.
R12, you know, so
Yeah.
they have some options to look at that. I certainly think we need the lots to be more in that 12,000 square foot
Right.
range rather than 8,000, given everything that's around this property. And that, so I
Well,
think
if they went to OSC, you know, there's no bottom limit on the size.
yeah,
But you could
but as you
specify
know,
minimum 10,000 or
you know,
something. Yeah.
we make the determination as we look at them and review them then, so it's not a set there. And that's not to say that we, you know, on an OSC, you know, if they came forward with a good plan that was a little less than 12,000 maybe, but, you know, I think, you know, kind of looking at it in my mind right now, I'm thinking, you know, that R12, 12,000 square foot, you know, kind of lots makes, it's a better fit for this area. And that, so I think that's, you know, one of the things. Anybody else have any other comments or?
It really doesn't appear to me that we can delete this to R12 because you have so many other things you're gonna have to consider. This stream buffer area, you talked about buffers and setbacks and, you know, 20 feet between, and we can't do that for them.
No, I
So,
think we
hearing
need
and
to-
holding is probably
Yeah.
a better way to go.
Yeah, that's what I think we need to do.
I think they need to get with Frank and Frank determine if this is gonna be a buffer area. Because
Right.
if it is, they'll have to revise the site plan. If
Yeah.
it's not, they still might have to make some changes. But at
Yeah.
this point, even Dave doesn't know where it's a
Right,
stream
that's-
buffer.
And I would agree with that. So I think, you know, with that, sounds like everybody's on board with a hold. I'll make a motion in a second, but, you know, just some guidance, you know, get with Frank Gibson from Stormwater Management to find out if that's a state water or not going through the property, because that will impact it. You know, define any floodplains, any buffers, things like that. You know, an R12 plan or maybe an R15 OSC plan, align Ridgefield Drive with the Brumley Cove Drive. You know, provide for some significant screening on Hillcrest Drive so that we're not looking at the backyards of people's houses that tend to get very messy. That's something fairly standard. Since this is an up elevation, we often do a berm with heavy landscaping on top of it. That's something that we should look at. We'd want an HOA to be responsible for maintenance of that landscaping and that. I'd like to see elevations for homes with a minimum of 2,000 square feet with garages and two-car garages and corresponding driveways. Front elevations, you know, 50% brick or stacked stone, with the remaining being, you know, some type of cement-based product, you know, and yeah, provision for a homeowners association and hopefully a stipulation letter that goes through all the details, the stuff that we standardly get on these. So, and any plan you bring, we'd like to see lot sizes on it so that we can look at average lot size and things like that. So with that said, I'm going to make a motion that we hold this till our February hearings.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. No other further discussion, call for the vote. He said that passes 5-0. So we're gonna hold this one and hear it, pushing this one to February, eh? Another one, okay. February's gonna be interesting. Thank you, folks. I'm gonna be on vacation in February.
Rezoning case Z116, St. Clair Holdings LLC. Request rezoning from R30 to RSL for the purpose of non-supportive senior living in land lots 758, 759, 826, and 827 in the 16th district. Property is located at the northern intersection of Johnson's Ferry Road and Bishop Lake Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z116? Let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
I understand.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you very much. And for the record, my name is Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and owner in this application for rezoning. This property consists of 6.278 acres located at the intersection of Bishop's Lake Road and Johnson Ferry Road. The application is to rezone the property from its existing R30 classification to the residential senior living classification, RSL, for the development of 30 age-restricted RSL homes. A little bit about this particular location here at the intersection of Johnson Ferry and Bishop's Lake Road. First, this property, as I said, sits at this signalized intersection. It's bordered primarily on one side, adjacent to its northerly side, by a private day school. Across Bishop's Lake Road is a church, and across Johnson Ferry Road is another major church. To the rear of the property on Bishop's Lake Road is a subdivision, a very nice subdivision called Bishop's Green. This property borders its amenity area, a pool and tennis court area, as well as borders one home, a single-family home that is there next to the amenity area. Importantly, as it relates to consideration of a residential senior living or RSL project, also is the fact that this road, Johnson Ferry Road, is one of our largest arterial roads in the county. It's a major arterial, and in fact, where this is located is also in very close proximity to the shopping, restaurants, retail, and services that are provided and there and present at the intersection of Johnson Ferry and Roswell Road, and that very large retail, restaurant, and services area. So it's in close proximity to that area. It's in very close proximity to 2 major churches and a private day school. And from our standpoint, this property is ideal in terms of its location for residential senior living to function as what RSL can often do, and that is provide for a residential transition off of a major arterial and can provide for residential development, but one that doesn't carry with it nearly the impacts that an otherwise single-family residential development that would occur at this location otherwise would. I want to now turn to this site plan and kind of go through some of the specifics of the proposal and of the plan, and then turn to a couple of other items as well for you. First, now turning to the site plan. To orient you, this is Johnson's Ferry and its intersection with Bishop's Lake Road. Here's the property, somewhat outlined in red. And you can see the location of the proposed homes. Of important note to you is we have increased the setbacks beyond that which it's required under the RSL ordinance as it relates to adjacent to the single-family home. We've increased that from 30 feet to 40 feet on our side as a building line setback in this one location here. We've also increased the setback along the day school in our discussions with them along this line as well. Also of importance to note is that the layout itself is landscape intensive. There are tremendous tree save areas and passive parks that are located here along the frontage on Johnson Ferry. Tree save and passive park areas located here at the intersection, and including within that is an amenity area for the enjoyment of the proposed residents. In addition, we have further landscape buffers and tree save and passive park areas located here. as well as the main stormwater feature is actually a retention pond that will act as more of a feature rather than simply as a stormwater feature. It will be able to be combined as both to create, again, a tremendous amount of passive recreational open space and heavily landscaped areas that somewhat wrap the community, both from a Bishop's Lake Road perspective, Johnson Ferry Road perspective, and the adjoining uses as well. We think what that does is create a very ideal design and layout. It's one that's been done with a lot of thought to not only how that will be consistent and mixed with the residential areas, Bishop's Green and other areas along Bishop's Lake, but also how it will add to the other uses in this area, the two churches and the private day school, to create a real transition of uses, keeping it residential, keeping it on a high end, as well as making sure that the landscaping and the tree save areas and so forth are done to a very high quality. As I said, a lot of the thought and design into this proposal is to create a very upscale RSL homes. These will be in the 600s and 700s and up. It is an upscale RSL, but it's one that we believe is very needed in this area. Number one. Number two, it provides for a natural transition of uses off of the major arterial. And part of that discussion, we know we've had those that there's been some opposition, there's been some support, but there has been some opposition. And with RSL applications, you as the planning commissioners and as the planning staff hear this quite often as it relates to residential senior living, but not everybody does. And so I just want to take a brief opportunity, being cognizant of my time. RSL, residential senior living, creates, in the public's eyes, in some instances, certain myths versus the actual reality or facts of a residential senior living. One of those myths is density. Density under RSLs is allowed up to 5 units per acre. That's by design, so that there is flexibility in the ultimate density selection and approval of a proposed project. It's also there by design to allow up to 5 units per acre, because that is the market you're serving, residential senior living. That is who moves into these projects and who moves into residential senior living community is looking for that. So the density level is there by design. That's why the ordinance itself states that RSLs belong in any land use category except for very low density residential. They're perfectly fine in any land use category. Now, other factors can come into play as to what the ultimate density is, but that's by design that they're supposed to be dense. Next is the who. Oftentimes we hear, well, these aren't really going to be seniors. These are going to be somebody else. This is some other type of buyer. But that's not what we know. What we know is that the who in residential senior living are those that have made the conscious choice that they've lived in a house, that they're moving. They're moving to a smaller house. They're moving to this type of community. They've made that decision. That decision is not one that all 55 years old and up people make. Just because you turn 55 doesn't mean you suddenly would want to live in a residential senior living community that's age restricted, but a lot of people do. But that is because they've reached a point in their life where it's conducive to how they want to live, and a lot of people do, and they move in, and they buy these homes. And that's great. We're meeting that demand, and we're doing so, we think, in a quality manner. But the who is not simply young 55-year-old professionals that move in. The average age we have seen time and time again now that we've been doing this for 20 years under some type of age-restricted senior living development, the average ages in these reach to the 70 and above, because that's how it's built, that's how it's designed, that's how it's marketed, that's how it's conducive to that, and that's who moves in by and large. The other myth is traffic. We have shown, and we now know, that the traffic impact is substantially less when compared to how it could be developed otherwise. That was discussed earlier today. As 30 units of proposed age-restricted RSL, it will have less than half the impact of this property from a traffic standpoint if developed single-family residentially under R15, which is how Bishop's Green is developed, for example. And lastly, one of the things that I want to make sure we turn to, and it's a commitment that we have now made, is a traffic improvement that is a community traffic improvement that's only a result of this being able to be developed as RSL at 30 units. And that is this developer, St. Clair's Holdings, has committed to a traffic improvement at the intersection of Bishop's Lake and Johnson Ferry Road. That's the design that you see on the screen before you. What's there now is simply a regular intersection that has no turn lanes. One or two cars wanting to turn left on Johnson Ferry can back up traffic for all of those who want to turn right. What we're proposing to do is very much needed. It's not being required of us. It's not even being requested of us by Cobb County DOT. We view this as a community improvement that's good for this community right here, that's good for the road improvement, the traffic movement right here, and he's willing to pay for it. And you can see that design in front of you. It's a full right-hand turn lane with sufficient stacking. It's a full straight ahead and left-hand turn lane with sufficient stacking that will broaden that intersection and allow traffic and ease the traffic impact coming from Bishop's Lake Road that stands there today. That's the commitment that's being made. I've got this design for you so that it can be included, hopefully, with any recommendation for approval. But given these considerations, we believe that this proposal, this quality proposal with this type of traffic impact improvement that's being offered by the developer is the right development for this intersection and for this piece of property. And with that, we respectfully request your recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Kevin. Went over 20 seconds. That's pretty good.
Thanks.
You guys are getting good. Yeah. Okay, let's hear from the opposition now, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Meredith Germain, and I represent the Bishop's Green Homeowners Association. This zoning application by St. Clair Holdings is to rezone the 6.278 acres located at the intersection that we've been discussing. They want to rezone it from R30, which is low-density, single-family detached housing, to RSL, which is the residential senior living. They want to construct 30 units of attached housing at the overall density of 4.77 units per acre. Now, the Bishop's Green Homeowners Association owns property that is adjacent to the proposed development. It is a mature, upscale, single-family development that has been completely developed. Now, as they've discussed, surrounding this area is also a long-existing church, a long-existing community school, as well as many other residential areas that are all low-density, single-family detached homes. Now, the residents at Bishop's Green and the other community residential neighborhoods around here have all invested millions of dollars to live in a community that is a low-density, single-family homes. We believe that this will negatively impact not only our subdivision, but many of the other residential subdivisions located here. First, it is excessively dense for the surrounding area. According to the Cobb County planning staff, none of the area residential properties are developed at more than 2.25 units per acre, and all of these residential properties are single-family detached developments. Further, the only subdivision adjacent to this property is the Bishop's Green subdivision, and that is developed at 1.81 acres per unit. The proposed development at 4.77 units per acre is clearly and substantially too dense and intense for this area. This will transform the entire neighborhood from one of community uses and single-family residences to one having more of an urban-like characteristic, unlike any other existing residential development found within the East Cobb area. Further, we agree with the planning staff in their assessment that while residential senior living is allowed within residential low-density areas, it must be compatible. That is one of the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and showing this density of 4.77 units per acre shows that this development is not compatible with the existing development in the area. Second, the proposed age restrictions here are really just a convenient way for constructing a large amount of homes to make it economically viable to the developer. They want to sell 30 units between $600,000 and $700,000 instead of complying with the residential designation that it currently is. Now, we also disagree with the view that this senior living will not have an impact on the congestion in this area. Senior living is actually 55 and older. We all know that 55 and older, people are working well into their 70s and 80s now. So people 55 years old can move into these units, and it is going to impact. They are going to be commuting every day. They are going to be running errands. This is going to significantly impact this area. It is also going to negatively impact this area because they are going to clear cut the subject property essentially. So cutting down most of the landscape in the area will diminish the community, and it will be replaced by rows of rooftops, garage doors, and automobiles. And it will also eliminate the natural sound barrier of the current landscaping. Fourth, this proposed density of the development will also create substantial stormwater issues. This property is located higher than the Bishop's Green subdivision and also the local community school. So we know that they have stated that they have a plan, but we don't know exactly what they are going to do. And all of the stormwater is going to flow down. Currently, the Bishop's Green subdivision has an existing drainage system, and it also has a lake, but they are not designed to accommodate the additional stress to be created by this development. And it's also going to be made worse because of the proposed density and the accompanying amount of new impervious surfaces. Finally, the Bishop Lake Road is already highly congested at Johnson Ferry Road, and I don't think that there is a realistic plan to remedy that. The traffic study that was cited was done in 2009 for Johnson Ferry Road. That was 7 years ago. I believe that if they did a current traffic study, there has been much development over the past 7 years. So I think that that needs to be looked into to accurately reflect what the current traffic conditions are and how that can be remedied. Even if the developer were going to adopt all of the recommendations by the planning staff, it would only have a marginal effect. The addition of 30 homes with potentially 60 new people driving on in and out of that subdivision will tremendously impact the traffic in the area. The only entry and exit into this proposed development is going to be on Bishop Lake Road. It is also going to be exactly across from the Mount Zion Church and down the road from Bishop Green subdivision where people are going in and out. If you ask, one of the residents of Bishop Green is here who's also going to speak. Already without this subdivision, the traffic is intense and congested at all of these different times. So to allow this high density would increase it significantly. And for all of these reasons, we are requesting that you recommend denial of this application.
Thank you, Meredith. Do we have another speaker? Come on up. You got about 3 minutes.
Okay, great, thanks. I'm Dave Irwin. I am representing the Homeowners Association for Bishop's Green. I want to echo everything Meredith just said, but bring in 2 points that Mr. Gunther and Mr. Porter said. You used the term fit in, and you used the term benefit to the community, and I think those are 2 things that need to be addressed here as well. There's nothing like this developed along Johnson's Ferry all the way up and down. I've lived in that location for over 10 years. I've watched the development occur along Johnson's Ferry for the last 10 years. And what I've seen is the backup, which started at the downside of the hill going over to Riverside, is now all the way up to where you're looking at right now. At 7:15 this morning, cars were backed up all the way to that point, trying to get down that. So traffic and congestion is absolutely an issue for us. It's been mentioned, but I wanted people to understand that for those of us who live in that neighborhood and have been there, it has gotten to a point where it takes anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes just to exit out of your own neighborhood, to get onto a road that takes you 15 to 25 minutes to travel 4 to 5 miles. But the fit in is what I really want to address. This kind of a development, if there were others, if there was precedent, I would say, okay, it fits in. Mr. Terry, you said something around density isn't as much the importance as maybe the look. At 4.77 over 1.81 to the neighborhood, it's 2.6 times. So that really doesn't fit in. And what's the benefit to our community to add those 30 homes? Those are the things I would respectfully ask that you consider as you look at this, because it is something that our board is dead set against. We moved into this area because of that natural buffer, because we have churches right alongside of us, and because the traffic at the time wasn't anywhere near what it is today, but adding more to it, it just is going to increase the challenges we face on a daily basis. And I think one last thing I want to say before I go ahead and yield to one person who needs to speak. When we did move into this area, the idea was, could my kids walk to school? And I can assure you, please come at 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:30, 8 in the morning, or at 6 in the afternoon, and you see if you want to walk along that road or drive your bike along that road. That 45 miles an hour is never, ever met. People reach speeds anywhere from 60 to 75 miles an hour up from Roswell Road to Post Oak Tritt. And I know that. We've seen people pulled over. There is excessive speed, there's excessive traffic, and that presents a danger. And we're just concerned about adding more to that process. So I thank you for your consideration, and I'll hand it off.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam. I'm with East Cobb Civic Association. ECCA will not be taking a position on this petition. However, we have asked that some additional things be added to the application by the applicant. We have heard from some of the neighbors in that area that they would like to have a right turn lane off of Bishop's Lake onto Johnson Ferry in order to keep the traffic moving. We thank the applicant for doing that. In addition, we were concerned with more than 4 homes being attached together on the site plan. They have since revised the site plan, and there will only be 4 homes. With regards to irrigation, I talked with Mr. Moore prior to the meeting, and he agreed to irrigate both the backyards and add irrigation to steps 10 and 18. Finally, the one thing we would respectfully request is that a reversion clause be added to have curb gutters and 1 set of townhomes to be completed within 18 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jill. Anyone else wishing to speak? I think we are out of time, so we'll go ahead and close this portion. This is also in District 2, so I'll cover this discussion. This particular site has been in before a few times, but each and every time it was withdrawn at the last minute for various reasons. RSLs have been proposed here at least once, maybe twice, that I'm familiar with. I'm not aware of anyone ever coming in and suggesting that they had a plan for single-family detached homes. There are those in the neighborhood, I know because I've heard from them, that were hoping that the county might even make this little corner a park. That's apparently not in the plans, and I don't think that will be happening. So barring that, with no one trying to grab this site for a single-family detached, the RSL is before us, and frankly, it's a good alternative, I think, to all the others. The developer is Mr. Patrick Clark. I see Patrick in the audience out there. Patrick lives in the area. He's had kids that went to Woodacre School, the private school that we had mentioned. That's a real advantage, I think, for all of us because Patrick lives here. He knows the neighborhood. He knows the traffic patterns. He understands them. He knows many of the neighbors. He sees them quite often. So I'm encouraged by that. I'm also encouraged by the fact that Patrick and his representative, Mr. Moore, have reached out to all the various neighborhoods, churches, and schools, and they've met with them, in some cases, several times, 2 and 3 times that I know of. And he has instructed Kevin Moore to alter the stipulation letter and the site plan several times in order to accommodate the wishes that were given to him, that were made known to him. So that's good. What we can't put in a stip letter, and we really can't even consider, are the things that I happen to know that Patrick has offered to some of you at his expense, to the school, to the church, and so forth, things that he's going to do to benefit those areas at his own expense. Now, that's not a part of this plan, so we can't make that a part of the stipulation. But all of that speaks to, I think, the character and the desire of Patrick Clark to build a quality subdivision. He wants to be a good neighbor. That's how I read that. He didn't tell me that. That's just my summary of what I have seen him do. Further, Patrick was not asked, but he has volunteered to put a right turn lane there, which has been asked for by this community for years. A right turn lane on Bishop's Lake Road onto Johnson's Ferry. Frankly, it's needed. The county has never had the funding to do that. They had other things they thought were higher on the priority list. But Patrick now comes in and says he will spend, I know about what the cost will be. It is a considerable sum of money. So the county's appreciative of that. All of this, again, speaks to, I think, the character and desire of Patrick to build something that everyone can be proud of. No one is saying that Johnson's Ferry and Bishop's Lake are not busy with traffic. The congestion is terrible. I go out there all the time. I've been out there twice recently. I sat in the church parking lot twice early in the morning, twice late in the afternoon. And you're absolutely right. The traffic does back up. It can move very slowly. Hopefully, a right turn lane there will help. The testimony we heard on one of the other cases we heard recently, or just a few minutes ago, actually, a couple hours ago, about the impact that RSLs have or don't have on communities is valid. We have seen it so many times. This is marketed to seniors. That's called 55 and up. But truthfully, as Kevin rightfully pointed out, because we've seen the statistics, most of these people will be 70 and above. They don't have jobs. They're not leaving in the morning. They're not coming home in the afternoon. Now, yes, they drive. Many of them will drive. They're going out to dinner. They're going to the theater and so forth. But they're not a part of, by and large, the heavy traffic in the morning and in the afternoon. So I don't really think that argument is one that I can buy. I do think intensity and appearance, as I said in the earlier hearing, I do think that is very important here. And what I have been shown by Patrick within the last few days is what his intentions are for landscaping on all the sides of this, especially on Bishop's Lake Road, which is very important. And I see a stone wall. I see enhanced, a knee wall up, 3 feet or so. Beautiful wall. I have some pictures here that he provided me. If he does that, and I think that's his intention, and adds the enhanced landscaping with the other things that he's doing, which include having units that are varying in width from 28 up to 40-something feet wide. We don't see that too often. Staggering these from front to back, one up, one back, and so forth all across. When you do all of this and add the knee wall, the stone wall with the enhanced landscaping, the appearance doesn't look like an apartment complex. It looks more like an upscale, single-family residential home development. So that's what he's trying to do, and I think he's really gone a long way toward doing it. The other thing I would have you consider is what this could be if we did have a developer to come in and want to build single-family detached homes there. I don't know that you're going to see 10 homes, 12 homes. I think you would probably have someone come in and ask for a much higher density. You would clear cut it. Someone mentioned clear cutting is the problem. Meredith, that was one of your points. That's probably going to happen no matter what goes here. So I'm not sure that's a point that we need to be too overly concerned about. However, Patrick Clark has said he's identified some large mature trees on the site, which he's going to save. 3, I think, Pat, you can just nod, is that right? 3 trees that we know of. The rest of the trees are tall, slender pine trees with all the foliage at the top. They'll be taken down no matter what goes here, no matter what. The rest of it is just underbrush. The other issue that does concern me, and Kevin, if you want to come on back up, I want to ask you a couple of questions about this. Stormwater runoff. The last time I spoke to you and I spoke to Mr. Clark about stormwater, we were still not absolutely certain how we were going to handle stormwater. Tell me, what is the plan today? Sure. What are we going to do to be sure we don't impact negatively the school or Bishop's Green?
And thank you for that question. He's going to turn to the site plan because it's a little easier to point out. Again, what you'll see is that we have proposed here a retention pond, which is a much more decorative, it actually holds water, but allows for stormwater management because it serves in that detention function as well, but it actually serves as a retention pond for purposes of stormwater management. That's located here, interior to the development, which will also, from an appearance standpoint, the quality of that is far superior to a normal detention pond, which usually doesn't hold water. It's designed for the water to run out. The stormwater drainage, we have already been in works with our adjacent neighbors with the school that will follow the established drainage channel that is located here. And we've already looked at that and determined that that will be appropriate and it can be handled. We believe through the normal course of engineering and hydrology studies and through plan review, to the extent that additional stormwater management capacity is needed or necessary, we do have areas where that can be put as underground detention or water quality if that's necessary is determined by the final engineering. But there's certainly plenty of places that can occur, and we have our preliminary analysis that tells us that this will be sufficient in and of itself.
Okay, so it's planned to be above ground, but possibly some underground if at plan review it's determined that that's needed.
If it's needed, that's what we'd have to do, but that's, or whatever else that we were directed to by Cobb County Stormwater Management Division at that time. And we just, our preliminary studies say that this is sufficient. We just want to make sure we acknowledge that final engineering can and stormwater review can potentially impact that, but we feel very comfortable with where we are.
Okay. The entrance, we had a question about whether it's in the right location.
Yes, we've proposed it in this location, which is far enough from the intersection of Bishop's Lake Road and Johnson Ferry. There needs to be sufficient room for that. Cobb County Department of Transportation has not made any comments that have directed us to put that entrance in any other location. They do like for good reason, for those to line up across the street. If need be, to other access points to lessen the conflicts that can occur. That also gives us the sufficient room so that we can install the right-hand turn lane in this area right here.
Yesterday, I notified you that I had a neighbor contact me about a possible ADA-compliant crosswalk,
Yes.
either on Bishop's or even on Johnson's Ferry. What about that? Can that be done?
Yes, and you can even lightly see it, but we would plan to include an ADA-compliant crosswalk across Bishop's Lake. That's part of that design that we have that I showed you just a few minutes ago. That does show that crosswalk in that location. What we haven't evaluated is a crosswalk across Johnson Ferry. Now you're talking about 100 feet of right-of-way and a much, much bigger type of project as it relates to how that would work and what would be necessary or required by Cobb DOT to install a crosswalk across Johnson's Ferry Road at that location, because you can see the amount of lanes you're crossing with a median. So we need to evaluate that. We certainly recognize that request, but we would want to evaluate that and meet with DOT to determine exactly what would be required and also very much what would it cost. Because the road improvement that we're proposing and committing to with the right-hand turn lane, the widening of the right-of-way in this location, the crosswalk that we have committed to, as you said, is a very substantial and significant cost that's not otherwise required. We just don't know what that other one would be. So we'd like to look at that, and we're happy to look at that immediately and determine, in working with DOT, how we could potentially help with that.
Okay.
I just can't make the commitment today, not knowing the cost.
Okay. Any other questions for Kevin? Thank you, Kevin. Dave, I think we're covered. I've told Dave we probably want him to come up, but I'm not sure we have an issue with stormwater. I think that's going to be fine. Any issues that might need to be resolved can be handled at plan review. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Christy.
Just to clarify some things that were said, I think first of all, this probably is a good place for an RSL because it's not really suitable for an R15 or an R20 development. The shape of the property, the size of it, the road frontages, there are a lot of things that would make it unattractive, I think, for a standard single-family subdivision, and that's probably why no one has come in yet. Because we've certainly seen a lot of other applications over the last couple of years for subdivisions. But I do want to say it's inaccurate to say that we don't have anything else like this in East Cobb, and especially in the Johnson Ferry area, because we do. There are 80-something townhomes being built just off Johnson Ferry on the north end off Shallowford, and they're not even age restricted. And then there's another RSL off Wesley Chapel. There's townhomes south of the corridor, or south on the corridor, closer to Park Air. So it may not fit the single-family neighborhood next door exactly, but within its context and within the area as a whole, we are seeing more and more of this, and I think there is a demand. I have no doubt that people who already live in East Cobb will be the people who are moving into these, similar to what we heard this morning with the application in West Cobb. So I'm comfortable with this as an RSL site.
Skip?
Yeah, I echo those comments about, the appropriateness of an RSL development on this property. But I just have to say that my first reaction when I saw a slightly different version of this, and it still remains, my reaction remains the same, is that the density at 4.77 units per acre is just really high. It's so far outside of the low-density residential range of up to 2.5. And it just, to me, just consistent with my comments this morning on Z86, it just seems not in harmony with the other subdivisions and the other things that are around here. I recognize it's between a couple of churches and a school, and so it's filling a void, but there are some subdivisions there that, the density just feels much higher to me than it needs to be. Having said that, I have no doubt this is going to be a first-class, very, very nice development, and the price range it's going to be in. It just seems very dense.
If this was surrounded, even on two sides, with single-family detached homes, I would 100% agree with you, but it's not. 800 or 900 feet down one side is a school that sits lower than this site, has a parking lot. Mr. Clark has agreed to enhance that buffer, walls, plantings, and so forth. On the other side, you have Johnson's Ferry Road. On the other side, you have Bishop's Lake and a church. And then you have one single-family home that touches this, and then the amenity package for Bishop's Green subdivision. So this is a little different than some of the ones we've seen in that regard. Density, in this case, I really don't think is the big issue. I've said that before. I feel very strongly about this one. This is a good example. We have 30 units, 4.7 per acre is the density, but if you reduced it, let's say, to 27, it only drops the density to 4.3. If you reduced it to 24, it only drops it to 3.9. So density, to me, is not the issue for this. It's the appropriateness of it, it's the appearance of it, and the compatibility. And I do think it's compatible with this neighborhood. Anybody else? No?
A couple comments. Gentleman Dave asked about the benefits to the community. That's always important to consider. Certainly, the right turn lane's a big benefit that will be coming. There'll also be curbs, gutter, and sidewalk on Bishop Lake Road in front of the project, which helps with that pedestrian safety. And I think another benefit may be that this area might need a little bit of RSL. Now, normally 4.77 would give me a lot of grief. It still gives me some, but not to the degree, because it's really a school, a church, and it touches one residential lot. Now, I kind of have a problem with there being 6 units looking down on that residential lot, because it does kind of flow downhill. So I think there's where an adjustment could be made to this plan to reduce that number. And to go to 2.5 units per acre, would take it down to 15 units, and to me, that seems way low. I don't think anybody's coming in here, as others mentioned, with an R15 or an R20 or an R30 with its own like now subdivision. So, you know, the other kinds of uses that may go in there would be more schools, more churches, more, you know, something that would definitely look and feel a lot more commercial than this. Because this site's so oddly shaped that it would be really hard to get, you know, a single family in there unless it's an RA5, RA6, which would be really crammed together tight houses. But I do think that, you know, 30 units is too many. 24 may be in the right realm, which gets it to 3.82 units per acre. So that's kind of my thoughts on it.
I will tell you too, I did hear from the school, I did hear from the church, Mount Zion, I did hear from the next closest subdivision down Bishop Lake Road. They would like to have a park here. The park's not gonna happen, apparently. They are in favor then for the RSL to go here. So I do think we have support for it in the community. Do you have something else?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a comment on the impact on traffic. I just did a quick little calculation, which is, back of the envelope, but if this were to be R15 with single-family homes in here that are not age-restricted, that are not RSL, the traffic would be offered to the roads would be more than what this is going to offer at 30 RSL units. And so from a traffic point of view, I mean, maybe it could be rezoned to something more dense than R15, but if we went to R15, we're a winner from the point of view of trying to reduce traffic on the roads. I just want to point that out.
Okay, where's Kevin? Kevin, come on back up one more time. It was pointed out that we do have perhaps 5, 6 units that are closest to the one neighbor. By the way, that house is vacant, but that doesn't mean it's going to be for much longer.
Right.
I think it's been sold, they just haven't moved in there yet. Is there any chance to reduce the number of units closest to that single-family home and enhance I know you're going to do some plantings back there, but enhance that planting to give them more of a screen? Patrick, if you want to come up and nudge him, you can.
I can answer it.
A big buffer. Right.
Let me just circle back on the site plan. And this is the area you're asking about in this location. One of the
What's
things.
the distance to the lot line from the back of the building?
It's 40 feet. We've done a 40-foot setback at that location, even though under the RSL ordinance, only a 30-foot setback is required. So we recognized that and wanted to make sure we increased that beyond by another 10 feet, just in terms of its separation. In addition, you can see that the plan is to leave vegetation there and then enhance that further with additional plantings. In terms of basically when you're saying move it or shift it around or create more room, the issue that becomes is then you're moving this area down means you're having to shift around and continue to shift back around, and it all depends on what you're willing to give up to gain, because if you push on this side to come down, you're going to push back going this way, or you're going to push down closer to Bishop's Lake Road and create less room for the tree save and the landscaping and the walls that we were talking about to make for an attractive appearance along Bishop's Lake. You lose that room and that ability. So it's one of those, when you ask that question, it's yes, we can move things around, but then it becomes an impact on things we think are actually more
Well,
important.
I'm not saying move them. You could eliminate 2 units, make a 4-pod grouping right there, and do some enhanced landscaping. That takes you away from the amenity area for Bishop's Green, and it gives you a place to plant some tall evergreens. You'd be losing 2 homes.
You would be losing 2 homes, and it's not my checkbook. And if Patrick punches me and says,
Patrick's
I'm
standing
willing
right
to,
there.
I'm willing to lose them, that'd be one thing, but I do know from our prior conversations that we have had throughout the pendency of this application, the road improvement that he is offering, the right-hand turn lane, the commitments that he's making for the tree save and landscaping along Bishop's Lake and along Johnson's Ferry, but really primarily, Cobb DOT has requested that we do curb gutter and sidewalk and a deceleration lane. That's it. And a donation of right-of-way, which is already there. The improvement that he has offered up that needs to be done, should be done. The county should have already done it, but as you said, on a priority list, it never quite gets there because we have so many areas in the county. That isn't what's considered an off-site improvement that he is offering to pay for solely, not share in the cost, not donate the cost, but to complete the construction and bear that cost is substantial. Losing units, even if it's 2, simply hurts that ability to execute on all the things that have been committed to here, including that. So yes, we might be able to create a little more room there and plant a couple of more trees, but we feel like we've already done that. And frankly, we don't like to get into economics here, but when you offer up what is essentially a county project and say, we'll pay for something that needs to be done to help this community out and to help the access and the traffic flow out, and we offer that up, that's an economic impact that he's willing to take off the county. And if all we're talking about is 2 units, it only hurts that ability. That's a long-winded way of saying we prefer not to lose the 2 homes.
Okay.
If you want to add to that.
Yeah,
So this is- like I said, your-
Patrick, to
I'd
get
like
you on
to-
the record, you need to tell us,
Yes,
give us your name.
I'm Patrick Clark with St. Clair Holdings, and I'm at 4048 Charwood Trace, Marietta, just north of there. I just wanted to make 2 quick points. I can use the little point here. In this area right in here, and unfortunately our legend covers up the actual house that's sitting up there in that one, but this is the side end.
Okay. We done? Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and get to a motion. I'm going to recommend approval of Z116 for the RSL zoning, subject to staff comments and recommendations, except the zoning department recommendation number 2 related to density. Would like to eliminate that. And subject to the stipulation letter from Mr. Kevin Moore dated November 28th, and the revised site plan, which we see here today, I believe that is dated 11/30, not positive, but I think that's right. Anyways, the plan we have before us here, and the building renderings that were attached on 11/28, and subject to these following changes to the stip letter. 7B in the stip letter needs to read, no more than 4 homes to be attached in a single building pod. That's engineering talk. Number 9, I want to add to the end of that, that all front side and backyard areas will be irrigated, as Kevin agreed here today. Number 10, the entrance also shall be irrigated. That's be added to the end of number 10. Number 18, the district commissioner will approve final landscaping plans. I would encourage you to include in your final plans some additional plantings that we just talked about. Number 27A, I'd like to add to the end, the applicant agrees to cooperate with Cobb County DOT in the design and installation of a right turn lane on Bishops Lake Road to Johnson's Ferry Road, cost to be borne by the applicant, completion date to be determined at plan review. Plan review discussions will also include sharing the cost of, with Cobb County to install ADA compliant crosswalks on Bishops Lake and Johnson's Ferry Road. And that's all that I have, so I'll make that my motion. And that's leaving it at 30 units. Okay, we have a second.
Okay,
Dalton.
and my discussion is, I would sure like to see it a stipulation that they provide visual screening at the back of these 6 units to that one lot. Not just say, can you do it? Like to see it in the zoning so that we're ensured that it gets done for those people.
We can do that.
Other than that, I'll go with it.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, so I'll agree to that amendment. Let's see, I'm not sure where that could be added. I'm sure there's an exact place it belongs. Let's just add it at the very end as an additional stipulation that additional evergreen plantings will be placed behind, do those units have numbers? They don't. At the northernmost corner behind those 6 units. Patrick, you get my meaning? Okay. All right, anybody else? Okay, and second, okay with that addition, I'm saying, okay, call for the vote. So that's approved 5-0. Patrick voted too. Okay, thank you very much. What's next, John?
Yes, sir. C2 Holdings LLC request rezoning from LI R20 to HI for the purpose of industrial steel fabrication offices in land lot 794 and 863 of the 16th district. Property is located on the southwest side of White Circle, east of Cobb Parkway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z118? Let the record show there's 3 people here in opposition.
How many? 3?
3. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Now, before we get started and while that's going on,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to excuse myself from this due to a conflict of interest. In that I live in the neighborhood. Not that I'm.
you don't need to leave. Yeah.
Excuse me while I get reset up here. We'll try not to delay it too much.
I've spent so many hours.
This is too well. I'll let him show it up there.
I think that works. Works, or go further out? Just a little bit further out, yeah.
Oh, there, yeah. One more pop. I just want to make sure we get the subdivision. Yeah, I like to be fair. I know it's just so far.
I understand.
I don't think CC
It wouldn't have accomplished anything. We're still debating up here, but excuse us.
No
You got
problem.
something you want to tell us? Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you very much. And again, for the record, I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant and owner in this application for rezoning. This application is actually concerning only 1.41 acres of property located on White Circle. The application is to rezone the property from its current zoning category of R20 to the light industrial category. A little bit, this application would seem to is actually a lot more straightforward than it might first appear. And I think it's very helpful to look at the map, and they've got it up on the screen. I made sure they pulled back enough so that we could get the true sense of the area, including the adjacent, this residential subdivision that's called Hamilton Grove that's located just south of this property. You'll see he's got the property that we're talking about, the 1.4 acres highlighted in yellow there that fronts White Circle. To the rear of that tract is a 5.5 acre tract that's already zoned light industrial. And you can see what we're trying to do very, very simply and very straightforward is have the front tract that's zoned R20 that provides all of the frontage and access to White Circle and provides the only public road access and frontage to the light industrial tract. We are proposing that be rezoned so that, in fact, the light industrial tract we can pull a permit and build a building and have a light industrial property and development that is in full compliance with the light industrial zoning ordinance. While you may be familiar with this, there are those that are not, and that is in Cobb County under Cobb County's development standards, ordinances, and regulations. An owner cannot have access across residentially zoned property to non-residentially zoned property. In this case, you cannot have your access come across the R20 piece, that's the acre and 1.4 acres, in order to access and provide the access to the 5.5 acre light industrial piece. So what that does is create, in the zoning context, even though the same owner owns both, it creates a landlocked piece of property in the zoning context, which means if I went in there tomorrow and if this owner goes in tomorrow to try to develop the light industrial piece, he's prevented from doing so, absent a rezoning of the R20 piece to a non-residential category. That's me spending 3 minutes to explain that, but I think it's important to note kind of the why. Oftentimes you don't get to hear the why, but the why here is because it has to have some type of legal access to a public road, and legal in terms of zoning, legal zoning or consistent with zoning code access. With that, I'm going to turn to the actual site plan so that we can kind of get a little bit more focused view on this. Turning now to the site plan, again, you have White Circle here, and you'll see this tract here is the 1.4 acres that is included for rezoning. And then you'll see the existing light industrial tract that's located here, and then there's Hamilton Grove. You'll also notice, as you'll have noticed on the bigger screen, you have adjacent light industrial properties here. You have O&I properties across the street, and if you've driven this stretch of White Circle, you saw the large areas over there, but what dominates, at least on this side of White Circle, which is the back, what I call the backside of White Circle, what dominates is the extremely large power substation that's there. There's a huge substation almost across the street from this that has really dominated the land use along this section of White Circle, where you have other industrial uses and other industrial property that's scheduled for development. When you circle back around White Circle and come around to where it again comes into Cobb Parkway 41, is when you come back around is when it turns to a more residential flavor and character that's on the other side of White Circle. And just to try to give you some feel for what's around here, what we're proposing for this tract is simply that, to provide for the access and to provide for some parking. Staff has recommended approval. Their approval is to have this be restricted for parking and access only. They have also, as a staff recommendation, recommended the category of TS, or tourist services. That's certainly a staff and our planning commission and board of commission decision. Either way, it does not affect how we would want to ultimately have a light industrial building, meeting all of the light industrial regulations and development standards and ordinances. So from a category standpoint, we think LI makes sense because that's the property that we own is zoned LI and that would be used for that. But we've also, in discussions with the adjoining Hamilton Grove, and as well as with Ms. Carol Brown, who's also sent in a letter, they have suggested potentially the O&I district. And from our standpoint, that's agreeable to us because it allows for us to have non-residential zoning, for us to have parking and access. But we really would leave that decision to you, but it's certainly fine with us because it allows us to do what we want to do, and that is have an industrial development. And in addition, I don't want to spend too much time on the existing LI tract because that's what it is, but I just want to make sure I pointed out that it does include the minimum required and meets the required buffers for and adjacent to Hamilton Grove here, which would be a part of any future development. Have to go through plan review and meet each and every one of those LI standards and ordinances. Also, based on those discussions, part of which I think you may have received a letter last evening from Ms. Carol Brown. I know there's been a lot of discussions about it today about going about an O&I district, and I've already said from our standpoint, it's consistent with the plan that we have for the property, consistent with our proposed uses, and allows that access. The additional condition would be that to limit the tract to parking and access only, which is also agreeable to us. The other conditions that we would be agreeable to is to limit parking on the property from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. As part of the daylight hours. That there be no parking of heavy equipment or semi-tractor trailers on this tract, and that the access would be gated to the light industrial tract to the south. The other elements that are contained within the letter from Ms. Brown, as I read them, are simply requirements of the OI district. So it wouldn't be in addition to any other requirements that aren't already there for the OI district, which we are aware of and agreeable to. We are agreeable to those because we want to be able to demonstrate that we are a good neighbor. We have this property that we'd like to have a light industrial development. It'll take it out of its current use, which has been going on for many, many, many years. Before that, it was a kind of a junkyard area, even before Hamilton Grove was built. This light industrial tract and the other light industrial tracts that are along this specific section of White Circle have been in existence probably since we adopted the zoning map, or probably since the early 70s or late 70s and 80s. This has been a long time industrial area along White Circle, had pretty intense uses. Those were in place prior to Hamilton Grove being annexed and rezoned into the city of Marietta. It's one of those places where at this particular location, that's where it backs up to. But those have been in existence for a long time. And as it relates to our request, again, approval of this request for rezoning of the 1.4 acre tract is one that then allows there to be use under your zoning ordinance of an already existing light industrial 5.5 acre tract. Denial of this request, in short, means that the county is denying the owner of the light industrial tract any use of the light industrial tract under its entitled category. And I think, again, that's an important part of the consideration of us wanting to work with those who have expressed concerns, but also wanting to make sure that that the owner can make use of the property to which it's been zoned for years and years and years and years. With that, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. We believe that with these conditions, which help in general basically mitigate or soften potentially the impact of the light industrial development, we're happy to do that, to be a good neighbor. Going forward, Hamilton Grove will be our neighbor, and we want to be good neighbors with them. And we hope that with these agreements that will help demonstrate that, and certainly hope that with those that you as a planning commission would agree with the planning staff and with us, and respectfully recommend approval of this rezoning application to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Let's hear from the opposition.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. I want to say that this typically is not in our area, but we did want to get involved because of concerns with the intensity of this, and appreciate Mr. Moore's being willing to work with us, and also the residents. We've been in dialogue with the residents of Hamilton Grove and with residents from Huntington Woods on Turner Road regarding this, as well as the city of Marietta. been in discussions with Mr. Rusty Roth, and Mr. Brian Benzer is here today if you have any questions for him. We recognize that, you know, we're only talking about the 1.4 acre tract at this juncture. Originally, this did come in as a unified 6.79 acre tract, wanting to rezone from R20 and LI to HI for the operation of industrial steel fabrication and related office uses. That's a very intense use next to a residential neighborhood. And even though the two parcels have now been separated out, in recent discussions with Hamilton Grove resident, apparently the use for industrial steel fabrication is still going to go forward, even though the zoning category of LI is going to remain. We can't address that here, but I want people to be cognizant of that fact. We know that the existing LI zoning ordinance will govern what can be done there. That will be addressed in plan review and, if necessary, down the road by code enforcement. The solution to this for us, recognizing that the 1.4 acre tract is a gateway, which allows them access to develop this, we prefer deletion to OI, Office and Institutional District, feel that this is going to give a bit more protection in terms of access to the site, ultimately, which we would hope would benefit the residents of Hamilton Grove. Also, particularly the staff recommendation to limit the site to parking and access only. We would like to see limit the hours of truck delivery and parking from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, 8 to 1 on Saturday, closed on Sunday. We would like to see the access point to the south gated, and we would like to see that gate closed at 7 p.m. Landscaping per the OI ordinance. Any floodplain and wetland preservation requirements, I'm sure will be addressed in plan review. Lighting requirements of the OI ordinance, Under use limitations. Within the O&I district, outside storage shall not include parking of commercial vehicles. We'd like to see the maximum impervious surface of 70% in CAC honored. We would like to see compliance with the Cobb County Cemetery Preservation Commission recommendations honored, and all staff comments and recommendations were not otherwise in conflict. It will be a gateway to the LI zoned parcel, which is not appropriate in CAC or next to industrial or next to a residential property. We do hope that the above stipulations will mitigate the potential problems and can facilitate less intense, more appropriate uses of the adjacent parcel to the south. We do concur with the suggestion that no structures are to be constructed on subject property. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Carol. Anyone else? Come on up.
My name is Dan Fields, and I'm here on behalf of the Hamilton Grove Homeowners Association and the 106 other members that are part of the association. There was some confusion as to whether this was light industrial zoning request or if this was going to be heavy industrial. It's my understanding that it is light industrial that was requested, but after talking to Kevin Moore, it's my understanding that they would be agreeable to changing their request to an O&I, which we feel would be more adequate given the street conditions that are there at White Circle. They are not very conducive to heavy trucks. That particular road, if you've driven down, it's very narrow. So the heavy trucks would be of very concern to us, just the access there. And we feel like the county needs to look at that. The other thing are the traffic lights that off the main thoroughfares onto White Circle. We need to look at possibly having traffic lights at that intersection, and maybe that's something we can give to the DOT our concerns, and not necessarily this body. But most of the homeowners, when they moved in, they felt like they had light industrial. They realized that. What they were very concerned about is when there was discussions about heavy industrial. They felt like they were buying into a property that had no offensive or noxious odors coming off the property. There wasn't any kind of fabrication of metal. We've confirmed today that that's not the intent, that they will be assembling metal products, but they are not going to be fabricating metal products. So we're grateful to hear that, and we would recommend and suggest that you accept the proposal from Carol and about the consideration of changing this from a light industrial zoning application to an O&I zoning application. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dan. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z 118? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this group. Christie, I believe this is yours.
Yes, thank you. I think we've made some progress over the last week just in terms of discussion between the applicant and some of the concerned parties. I know the city of Marietta, of course, is officially opposed to the original application. We've started to hear from the neighbors over the last week or so, and I really appreciate some of the ideas that have been brought forth, especially the ideas that were outlined in Carol Brown's letter from the Canton Road neighbors, and the fact that the applicant is open to considering that and working with the neighbors in that way. This area is, it's not transitional, I guess, that's maybe not the right word, but over the last 15 years, a lot of new residential development has been approved and constructed off the, I guess, more easterly side of White Circle, especially Turner Road, where it comes in there. So all of that new residential development moved to areas, or moved to this location where the existing LI and Georgia Power substation and all had already been. So we've got to find a way to move forward in a way that doesn't harm the new neighbors, but also accommodate some of the zoning classifications that have been in place. I think once the LI parcel that's not under consideration today, but it is kind of the focus, once that comes through plan review and permitting and is actually constructed, it might prove to be a better neighbor than whatever has gone on the site to date. With regard to the 1.4 acres, I do think an O&I classification is probably much better than HI, LI, or TS. The limitation of hours of parking, the idea of gating the parking lot where it accesses the LI is also something that I think is a good idea. The truck traffic that may or may not enter the site, I would hope would ultimately use only the Cobb Parkway access to White Circle. Again, the other side where there's more residential development is treacherous. It's not an easy road to drive in a regular car, much less a truck. So I do think some of the additional recommendations that we've heard would help. And do as much as we can to protect the neighborhood while allowing access to a parcel, which is what really needs to be done in this situation. I want to ask Mr. Moore a couple of questions, if you don't mind, really just for clarification. I know there's a 50-foot buffer shown. I think it's 50 feet, and that's what I wanted to ask on your site plan.
Yes.
It's 50 along the eastern edge, next to the proposed stormwater management facility.
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I was reading that. It's hard to read in the book. And
Yeah, we're showing that, that's just showing you that LI development, so, but Yes, we would have, we're not asking for any variances as it relates to the LI tract.
Correct,
that's
but
not
even
part
on the property that we're actually considering though, that buffer
I
extends
got you.
up to, it looks like it extends all the way to White Circle. I just wanted to be sure.
That's correct, because that next, is it okay if I step over there? It's a little easier for me to point at it. And where you're referencing is this buffer here, and that's because this property here is zoned R20. It's somewhat very similar, well, it's not somewhat similar, it's exactly the same as our property here. It's owned by Georgia Power and zoned R20. And that's that tract that goes right here.
So but the little thing that says landscape buffer, does that say 50 feet?
It's reduced, it says 32 feet, but that was just it's a buffer that would have applied if this was LI. When you have OI, I think the buffer requirements change. Yes, so we would just meet the OI requirements there. And plus, you're just buffering R20, which is actually owned by Georgia Power.
Okay.
Georgia Power owned these tracks through here along White Circle that went in, I guess, for their transmission purposes that associated with their substation.
Okay. And then with regard to limiting the hours of parking from 7 to 7 Monday through Friday and 8 to 1 on Saturday, you indicated that would probably be acceptable.
Yes.
And then, but separate from that is the request to limit the hours of truck delivery from 8 to 5. So we've got two different.
That was one we could not agree to.
Okay.
It needs to have the same time frames.
So
for us, I mean, that's what we were agreeing to is 7 to 7, those same time frames apply to deliveries.
So you would still be willing, well, obviously if parking is limited, then that automatically limits delivery.
Yes.
Or access, so, okay. But that was the other point I wanted to clarify. And then the gate closing after 7.
Yes.
Is fine. And you mentioned that your client would agree to no parking of heavy equipment and semi-tractor trailers.
On the tract, yes.
That's correct. Yes.
That's correct.
All right, because that needs to be added, I think. All right, those were the only questions that I had.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to try to formulate a motion then based on some of our discussion and using this proposal for OI rather than TS. I'd like to make a motion that Z118 be deleted to the O&I category. Still subject to the site plan received and all staff comments and recommendations, which restricts the use to parking lot and access only. In addition, there will be no parking of heavy equipment or semi-tractor trailers on the site. The hours of truck delivery and parking would be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 8 to 1 Saturday, closed on Sunday. And then that there be a gate that closes after 7 to close access to the LI property adjoining. And I think that includes everything that we need to include on that. The gate is between the subject and the property below. The gate is not at the entrance. It's between, I'm looking at Kevin, the gate's between the subject property and the LI. It's not a gated entrance. Well, they're using it as access to the back piece.
So the access is here. I'm sorry, I'm just confused as to where this gate is.
There's 2 access points.
There are 2 access points on
It's
White.
not gating White Circle, it's gating the.
Okay, so it's here.
It's where the driveways would be. That's the buffer that you're pointing to.
Drive-through parking.
Right.
So you almost need to gate the driveways in and out. 'Cause otherwise
Do you see what we're talking about? So The plan, I guess we said plan specific, but it might have to change to accommodate that.
It would, so you would rework this to provide for gating here.
There's one driveway.
It just opens up, and so it's just kind of an in
Right.
and then an out. But they would just have to rework that to provide for gates.
Maybe the gate should be on the in and out.
Let me ask you to clarify. You're only asking for one curb cut on White Circle. Is that correct? Because the other side looks like where the buffer is.
Okay, this is the property line.
Right.
So this is actually proposing a
I
single
see.
entry point and a single exit.
I see.
and
Well,
a
it said the
single
landscape buffer type is on the driveway.
That's right
So
here.
Okay,
So I'm sorry if this is an entrance in.
okay.
It's just as have it for circulation purposes is how this was drawn, so that you'd have a single entrance in, and then the actual exit is over here. They're not together as a double
Okay.
lane, they're separated.
Well, and that's fine, but where it says landscape buffer is on the driveway, unless I'm reading that incorrectly, so
It's
that's.
this area here on the other side of the
Okay.
driveway.
Okay,
That would end up being a landscape buffer per O&I of 20 feet, I think.
okay. Well, the idea of gating this somehow to limit access after 7 PM is what we're trying to achieve, so, exactly.
Right, and we understand that we'll have to figure that out at plan, with our
Okay.
plans, and but we're fine with that.
Okay, so it probably, in the recommendation or in the motion, it should say, access to the LI property shall be closed after 7 PM. So
One-
however that be done.
We're talking one gate?
Well, it'd have to be gated, so I mean, there's gonna have to be they would want that for security purpose. I mean, that's part of what we want to do, so we understand why they've asked for it, and we understand why we've agreed to it, and we will accommodate that.
Exactly, we're limiting access after 7 PM, however that needs to be done,
Correct.
rather than designing a gate. Okay, I'm
That's
sorry if I
correct.
made that more confusing than it needed to be when I was, okay. Okay. Are the clerks, okay?
We're not going to specify a gate or two, we're going to specify
Right.
gated and let them redesign it.
Right.
It will be a gate. We just don't know.
Okay.
Kevin,
Sorry.
figure it out.
All right, we understand, we understand what we need to do. How
That
about
should have
that?
been
It needs to
cleaner.
be
I'm
gated
really
access
sorry.
to the property to the south, and we're
Okay.
agreeable to that. However
Well,
we design it.
I think that's as good a solution, short of being able to deal with the other piece that we wish we could, but I think we've got as good a solution as we can.
Thank you.
So thank you. So that was my motion.
Is this possible consent agenda item for BOC?
Let's,
Are you okay with the consent item, with those conditions?
Oh, we have no more oppositions.
Forget the
I
consent.
think we can try consent.
Yeah.
Let's try consent, and if they stand up and object, we'll pull it off. Or they'll pull it off. Try consent.
Let's propose it for the consent agenda, and then if the city or anyone else is still in opposition, of course, they can have it pulled off at the board meeting if necessary. I think that's okay.
Galt had a discussion item.
Yeah, I just want to say, do we want to make it clear that that the buffer just needs to meet the O and I code? Because it's written on here as 32 feet on the site plan, and now that we're going to O and I, they don't need 32. And there's really not a need for a buffer, period, really, so.
20, isn't that right?
So
Meet
so
that
20, or
20
we can
is
just
the
say the
standard.
buffer will be 20 feet instead of 32. Just so that they don't have to plant 12 more feet of buffer.
Okay,
We understood it that way, so.
Okay.
okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we
Thanks
have
for
a
that
motion, we
clarification.
have a
Thank you.
second, we have several clarifications, are we okay? Get ready to call for the vote? Okay, let's call for the vote. That's approved 4-0 with Judy recusing herself. Yeah, recusing. We'll pause for a few minutes and let Judy come on
What
back.
is it? It's recuse.
Recuse.
Judy accusing herself.
Yeah.
But I was wondering if you accuse yourself.
You're welcome.
Take a little break.
Let's go. Let's
Go.
keep
Did you
going.
take a nap?
Take a long break?
Okay,
we
let's,
take a
let's
quick
move on
break,
here.
maybe?
John, what do you got?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z120, South Cobb Redevelopment Authority, Stephen Yancey and Philip Yancey, request rezoning from RM12 and R20 to PDC for the purpose of a mixed-use development in land lots 511, 512, 490, and 590 of the 18th district. The property is located on the east side of Factory Shaw's Road, on the north side of Riverside Parkway, which was formerly Six Flags Drive, the southeastern side of Cochran Road, and the south end of Richard Lane. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z120? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Mr. Bally.
No, we need to hear from
We could
Mr.
poll the
Ballard.
board, but in all honesty, we do need to hear this. Is an important case. And even though it's the last one of the day, I'll try to stay within my time. But for the record, my name is James Bally, and I'm here today on behalf of the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority on Z120 and the other applicant. And what you have before you today is a category change to allow for a planned village community with a mixed-use design focused on live, work, and play. The property that you have before you today is a total of 51 acres. You see it there on the screen. On part of it fronts on Factory Shoals Road, with the remaining on Riverside Parkway. And again, it is before you today for a zoning category change from RM12 and R20 to the planned village community zoning category. I want to talk a little bit about how we got to where we're at and why the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority is here. Beginning in 2011, as a result of the hard work of then Senator Stoner and others, the General Assembly enacted the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority and awarded certain areas and districts that were within its jurisdiction in the South Cobb area. And the purpose, as tasked by the General Assembly, was to revitalize and redevelop areas in South Cobb to promote, create favorable locations for trade, commerce, and industry and employment opportunities, and to assist with redevelopment activities through strategic investments, low-interest bonds, land banking, and other means. And that was the task provided by the General Assembly. Following the creation of the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority, Cobb County elected officials, county staff, some that are in this room, area citizens, and other numerous stakeholders proposed that the South Cobb implementation strategy be adopted by the Board of Commissioners, and that was done in 2012. Moving forward with the South Cobb implementation strategy that was adopted by the commissioners, it concentrated revitalization into certain areas, including the Six Flags Drive area, which is now known as Riverside Parkway. The Six Flags Drive implementation strategy then identified the long-term revitalization and development vision for certain areas located within the Six Flags area for, among other things, mixed-use quality development. After the implementation strategy was adopted, moving forward, the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority was tasked and identified within the strategy that they would seek to land bank sufficient land to leverage public and private partnerships such that a mixed-use redevelopment could form the focal point of the Six Flags area. That's a quote from the strategy at page 18, and I apologize, I've got a little bit of a cold today, so I'll try to get through this without coughing. What you see before you here is an actual visual aid that was adopted within the strategy itself. Z120 is located where you see the arrow pointing, and it's located in close proximity to an activity center which was identified within the strategy. And the second page you see is out of the strategy and identified certain areas for uses. The area which Z120 is located within is identified as forecast for a mixed-use development. Now, moving forward, after the strategy had been adopted and South Cobb Redevelopment Authority tasked with what it was tasked with, in 2015, under the leadership of the Cobb County Board of Commissioners, including hard work by District 4 Commissioner Lisa Cupid, $10 million in revenue bonds were approved and issued to serve as a revitalization funding source within the Six Flags area and the Six Flags Services District.
Utilizing a portion of those funds, the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority acquired the former Magnolia Apartments 12.4 acre site located within the area identified in the strategy as mixed use. However, as noted previously in this presentation, the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority needed to seek additional acreage sufficient to provide the land bank identified within the strategy for development of the envisioned mixed use in that area. So that we have now what you see before you today, a request for a category to go to the Planned Village Community category in the zoning code. As envisioned by the strategy, the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority joined with the Yancey family, who many of you know have been in that area for over 5 decades with investment, paying taxes, and a belief in the ultimate community. They did not redevelop the property in some of the RM12 that you see in the area, and they've remained there. That family, members of the family still live on the site today, but they were able to partner with the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority to obtain control and commit the 51 acres that you see before you. 50 acres minimum is needed for a PVC to create the sense of place necessary for catalyst level redevelopment of the Riverside Parkway area. It's necessary for them to join together with the authority to do that. And the goal of the Z120 you see before you today is to define the site at Riverside Parkway and Factory Shoals as a forward-leaning live, work, and play destination which will transform uninformed perceptions while reinforcing community investment and value in the area. For an update as to the process and where we are now, the demolition was completed, I believe it was last month and very recently, and it is basically complete with what we have before us today as the next step in the vision that began some years ago. Now, we're here to ask that this board move it forward and make it happen. Z120 will allow the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority and its partner to proceed with marketing the banked land to private entities interested in joining the effort to create a destination level development in the area. One thing to be certain about, and we had a community meeting where we addressed this in detail, it does not approve any specific development, but does provide governmental planning entities maximum discretion to consider appropriate development, and that's outlined in the stipulation letter that was filed. To be clear, if there's any questions about it, this will have to go through the development of regional impact analysis if in fact it meets those thresholds when it comes back with a redevelopment plan. We have a stipulation letter you have before you dated November 30th, 2016, which excludes certain undesired uses while providing a guarantee of community information via a mandatory community meeting that's not required in the code, but we're agreeing to do that in the stipulation letter. Along with a full reposting and another full hearing by the Board of Commissioners, who must approve any development on the site before any permit can even be applied for or filed. So we've met with the community. We heard yes from the community. That's a picture of the site before with apartments there. Staff has issued an analysis, and they have said yes. What you see before you is the demolition that has moved forward at a fast pace. And so before you is a vision of what it could possibly look like, certainly not being approved, but we would like to move forward to that today. All the stakeholders that I've talked to are ready, and we would ask that this board follow your staff's recommendation, follow the input from the community, and let's keep moving this process in this area forward. And we would ask for your favorable consideration of Z120, and I'm available for any questions. I also have the chairman of the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority, Chairman Stoner, here with me, and we are available if needed. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Valley. You did good. 2 minutes left. I commend you. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z120? Not seeing and hearing any, it's back to this board. Golf, this is yours, I believe.
Okay,
Handle our
thank you, Mike.
discussion.
Sure. Well, let me first say, over the last many years, I've attended many community meetings in this area to discuss what can be done to revitalize the area and that, and helped, push along the bonds for the redevelopment authority, because we had a redevelopment authority that had no money to do anything. So essentially they weren't being very effective. And that changed a couple of years ago, and they've gotten to work and are really doing some stuff that's very important here. Now the PVC ordinance contemplates a large-scale development, and the development in the PVC because it's not a lot-by-lot regulation, in other words, we don't say this goes on this lot and this goes on that lot and all of that, but it's envisioned to have a unified development plan so that then the Board of Commissioners approves a unified plan. And that normally comes at this time, so we're doing things a little bit different in the spirit of trying to make developers realize that this is a possibility, because it's hard to go out and say, well, we think we can get a PVC zoning. It's a whole lot easier to get them interested if you say, we already have it zoned, we just have to come with a good plan for it. But something else that's unusual is the code says that it's supposed to be one single entity, either one person, one corporation, something that brings forward all 50 acres, and there's a minimum 50 acres required. And in this case, we have 3 people coming forward, essentially our 3 entities, that being the Redevelopment Authority with 12.4 acres, and then Mrs. Yancey and her son, who have the balance of 37.88 acres, it looks like, which creates a few unique things, because one of the things that the code requires is that there be deed restrictions so that the property can't be taken back out of there. Because it's not a lot-by-lot regulation, the whole thing has to be considered together as part of a unified plan. But we realize we're doing this one a little differently because we're kind of putting it in this category without a plan yet. And for that reason, I think it's appropriate that we have a reversion clause in case nobody's ever found to develop the 50 acres, that people can go back kind of to where they were and that. But I know hopefully it just takes 6 months, a year or something to get somebody lined up. But if it hasn't happened within 5 years, then it's a whole different story. So I'm going to recommend a reversion clause to go back, if they haven't come back with a unified development plan within 5 years, that the properties can revert back to their old category, and also that they don't need to file the deed restrictions until they brought forward a unified development plan. That way, if it does revert back, it's not all of a sudden deed restricted. So that would be a couple of the things. One question for Mr. Bailey, and that is, you provided a new survey yesterday for the Yancey property, which I think reduced the acreage a little over an acre or so.
The survey that was filed was an accurate boundary survey of the property that's in. Prior to that being submitted, of course, the authority had their survey.
Right.
And there's certain boxes that we check, and that was one of those, and so it was filed yesterday to ensure that we comply with the Zoning Procedures Act.
Okay, and I think if I calculate right, now the development's actually at 50.28 acres. Does that sound right?
It is the acreage that was advertised in the paper.
Okay.
If there is a discrepancy between that survey and what was advertised, that will be remedied before the Board of Commissioners' final vote, which is what is required by the law. But we got it yesterday. I filed it.
Okay, I just wanted to check whether we needed to make any adjustments today to it. It's still over 50 acres, so we're still good in that regard. Let's see. I do want to note that I see Mrs. Yancey and her son in the audience, and I appreciate them coming and spending a long day here, waiting for this case to be called. With that, is there any other discussion or?
Anyone else?
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and Christie just mentioned it's exciting, and it certainly is. And we can't wait to get a real project, that we can really, say, yeah, this is what's coming. And I guess I forgot to mention, in the stipulation letter, there's latitude asked for on several things, since we don't actually have a plan that gives the Board of Commissioners more discretion without making it come back to the Planning Commission. on some of the issues because the final plan will go to as another business item, which don't come before the Planning Commission. So in most everything, it made sense. There's a couple that didn't, and I kind of covered them, but that being, you know, that it does need to be 50 acres. It does need to have a unified plan. We can't have two separate PVCs here. It's one big development. And that plan needs to be filed in the deed restrictions before we get a land disturbance permit and actually start building anything so that we really know what it is that's being built. So with that, I'm ready to make the motion.
Go for it.
Make a motion regarding Z-120 to recommend approval, subject to all of the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. All stipulations in the letter from James A. Bailey dated November 30th, not otherwise in conflict with the following modifications. In stipulation number 2, delete subsections C, G, and L from the list of the 134-217 13 subsections. In stipulation number 3, add prohibitive uses of rooming and boarding houses and fraternity and sorority houses, resident halls. Stipulation number 3 will include the boundary survey included with the letter from James A. Bailey dated December 5, 2016. And then there's a couple of variances. One, I want a variance to 134-217 13L to allow for the 3 property owners listed in the zoning application instead of a single owner as required by the code. And then a variance as well to waive the requirement that the project be a quadrant of a major intersection, because there is some other property right at the intersection that this kind of wraps around, and that's a code requirement as well. And then applicant to submit a unified development plan for the entire site to the Board of Commissioners via another business item. No land disturbance permits are to be issued until the Board of Commissioners has approved the unified development plan and the required private deed covenants have been recorded. If applicant fails to obtain approval for a unified development plan within 5 years of the Board of Commissioners' final decision on this application, the zoning shall revert to their previous categories for all parcels. If needed, the applicant can request an extension of the 5-year limit via another business item. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Any discussion? 5 years is an extensive amount of time, but I understand the hope is, Doug, you can nod, the hope is we're going to get this done much, much sooner than 5 years from now. So we're just being generous and careful and hope that you can do it much quicker. Okay. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Call for the vote. It is approved 5-0. Thank you very much, Galt. What's next, Mr. Peterson? We have one more.
Moving into land use permits, LUP 36, Frank Marone requests a land use permit for the purpose of allowing motor vehicles then permitted by code in land lot 20 of the 20th district. The property is located on the northeast side of Westfield Row, east of Wade Green Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 36? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Boy, you've been patient.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name's Frank Maroney. I'm applying for a temporary land use permit to allow an additional vehicle parked outside my residence for hopefully 2 years or whatever you allow. I do have 5 residents, me, my wife, I have 2 college children that drive, plus an elderly friend that lives with us, and we all drive. And to park a car in my garage right now is inconvenient because I do have a lot of tools. I have a lot of storage that I use it for. And all my cars were generally parked in my driveway. My driveway can hold 5 cars plus another, I typically leave a car in front of my house. Someone did file a complaint over the summer, or the end of the summer, which resulted in this. So I'm just trying to hopefully legally get this approved. So by the time, probably in about 2 years, when my kids are done with school, they'll be ready to move out, and it shouldn't be an issue from this point. So, and as far as some of the points I saw here in the paperwork, as far as it being affecting property values. I live on a cul-de-sac, which I'm directly at the end. I have a downward slope towards my front of my property, which it's, unless you're directly in front of the house, it would be hard to see how many cars are actually in the driveway. It's pretty far in the development, about a mile into the development. So as far as I don't think any of my direct neighbors complained about it. But if for some reason, someone was selling their house and they had an issue and they would ask me to help them or do something to help them sell the house, I would be more than willing to do that for them if they asked me. Other than that, I guess on a technical thing here, I'm also reading on the zoning comments. I guess the amount of square footage of my house, I'm allowed to have 7 vehicles due to the size of it, and I only have a 2-car garage. And if I'm only allowed to park 4 cars in front of my house, that leaves me with either I have to do this or I have to apply to have my garage expanded to something. So I don't know if that has any bearing on this. Other than that, that's pretty much all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Why don't you just stay right where you are? I believe this is Ms. Trombetti, so let you handle our discussion, please.
Okay. So let me clarify again. You and your wife and 2 drivers, 2 children that drive.
Yeah.
And then another person who lives with you. Okay.
Yeah.
We did get one letter or an email with some concerns from somebody who lives in the neighborhood. I don't know if it was one of your neighbors or just someone from Parkwood Commons. But we've had a lot of pressure, I think, due to the proximity of the subdivision to KSU.
Mhm.
We've had cases in here before of people requesting to have more unrelated adults than allowed because of renting homes to college students and things like that. So I understand that that's not the case here at all. And the code does allow up to 7 related adults and 7 vehicles, which seems like a lot, but that's how our code works, and that's based on the square footage of the home. The issue is, and I think it's a good trigger that sometimes land use permits or variances are needed because it gives us a chance to look at properties individually. And in this case, being on a cul-de-sac creates a problem for you because there's not an easy way to park on the street without kind of being in the way of somebody else's front yard or in front of their driveway or what have you. And then also having a front entry garage is a little limiting as well. We've seen similar cases where there might be a longer driveway or a side entry garage or a way that makes it a little bit easier for the homeowner to accommodate the number of cars that they need. So each case is unique, is what I'm trying to get to. Having 4 outside is what's permitted, and I think that's a good number in any neighborhood. 4 cars parked outside is plenty, in my opinion, just in terms of trying to maintain the conditions and the aesthetic appeal of any street. And I know there are other homes in Parkwood Commons where they have a lot of cars and people who finished out their garages so they can't even park in the garage anymore. But allowing for 4, I think, is plenty. So I don't, because this was a result of a complaint and because it's on a cul-de-sac with kind of a straight shot entry into the garage, I just don't see a good way to allow for 5 without creating an impact on the adjoining neighbors. This is a pretty big lot, but the house sits up closer and there's just not a lot of room to rework, given the shape and the location of it. So those are my thoughts, unless somebody else has something different.
Just a question. The other adult that's living with you, is that a relative or are you just renting?
He's like a family friend, so he helps contribute, but he does. See, his hours, we generally let him park at the top end because we're not going to restrict, block him at any point. So he's allowed to park directly at the top end. And we work around, my children, they work late. So they're the ones that are home late in the evening.
So you have one individual who is not related to you living there?
Yes, ma'am. So, and generally I park in the street in front of the house and the other 3 cars are in the driveway as well as that one.
How long do you think this will continue before you could reasonably get it down to 4 outside cars?
Well, my oldest is still in the process of school. My youngest is probably has 2 more years till he gets his degree. So within 2 years is gonna, the max. And probably at that point, once they're done, we're gonna probably consider moving as well. So
And this family friend is there for good, not
till we leave or my in-laws come to live with us.
in your son's carpool or anything like that, or?
No.
No, okay.
I think one solution, and it's difficult, I know, would be to be able to put 2 cars in your garage, because you said you're only parking 1 in there right now, so that's an option.
If I do that, then I have to put some kind of outside storage.
Or a storage place somewhere else.
Well, that incurs, that's cost.
Yeah, but if you ask for something, it's give and take. If you really want a roommate and somebody else who needs to live in your house, you have to accommodate. You have to make accommodations too. I'm just offering suggestions to allow you to keep the number of people and the people that you have living there together without being a burden on the neighborhood. And I'm sure, like I said, I know there are others in the neighborhood as well. And that's the pressure here.
And one of the things you've mentioned a couple of times, you park on the street a lot. And that's one of the things that it's designed to discourage the code, because that creates safety issues and all kinds of other issues, parking in the street. So it's contemplated when the houses are built, that there's enough parking on the site not to park in the street.
I'm not the only one that doesn't park.
Oh,
in
I'm
the
sure
street.
you're not the only one.
And I don't
Just
see
saying-
the difference of parking in my driveway or parking in the street.
Well, the thing is, there are other people in the neighborhood who are probably in violation as well, so we just have to deal with them one at a time. And once everybody starts parking in the street, it does create a problem. So I'm sorry, we always try to help. I'm just saying, I think 4 outside is plenty.
Before we go any farther, let me interrupt everyone here. We really made a mistake here. That's what John was pointing out to me. I know we had no one in opposition that raised their hands, but the proper procedure is for me to be sure that that's the case. So let me just ask again, anyone in opposition to or wishing to speak to LUP 36? Okay, now we had none, so we're going to close that portion of the hearing. Now we really should have begun at this point the discussion, which we already have well underway, so we'll just continue.
And I have another thing. By looking at your house, I'm kind of assuming you have a basement.
Yes,
So why couldn't some of the storage that's in your garage be put in the basement so you could park in the
there's,
garage?
I have a small room that things are stored there as well as my garage. I do woodworking, I have a lot of tools.
Any friends in the neighborhood where you might put one car and then,
No,
or tools?
The reason we build, or they build garages is to put cars in. And
well,
when they convert them into some other use, we run into this problem here of where do you park your cars, especially when you have an
Well,
additional person living with you.
I understand, but I'm not, I guess it's from, I'm from up north, we don't, we use it, it's considered extra, I don't park my cars in the garage, I use them for it's a utility room, I have different uses.
And that's
for 'em.
why when
That's
we,
why I consider when I have it, it's not for purpose of parking my car. I
well,
see
for
it as.
years, we have made sure that we put in our stipulations that garages are to be used for vehicle parking only. We really like to see that. And it prevents things like this from happening. We're trying to
Well,
offer solutions to you, and
I
it doesn't seem
understand.
like any of these are
I don't.
viable for you.
this- mhm,
Okay,
well,
well,
it's
all right.
what it is.
I'd like to make a motion that we recommend denial of LUP 36.
Okay, do we have a second? Have a second from Galt. Any further discussion? Okay, call for the vote. That is passed for denial 5-0. That is just the county code, and we have to uphold that code. We've done it for so many others. And we
Okay.
tried to come, to you with any
Well, I'm
solutions
trying
and
to,
suggestions and.
do it the right way and file for an application.
Yeah, I
And there's
understand.
plenty of
We
people
appreciate
who
you
I know
working
are
with
not
us.
who are doing what I'm doing, and I don't see anybody doing it the right way.
Oh, yeah, lots of people
And I-
do. Just work on it for us,
Well,
if you will, okay?
Okay.
I know it's true. Okay, anything else, John? Okay, we do have some minutes here to approve. We have minutes from November 9th and 28th. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes as presented? Have a second from Skip. All in favor? I guess we vote on that too. So minutes are approved 5-0. With that, we stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Merry Christmas.